You can hear the rumble on the water, and that can only mean one thing. Class 1 is back. Welcome to Florida's fabulous Space Coast. Normally, rockets are launching just a few miles down the beach at Cape Canaveral, home of the Kennedy Space Center. But this weekend's blast-off is here at the annual Thunder on Cocoa Beach. The star attraction is the UIM Class 1 World Championship, the premier offshore boat racing series on this planet or any other.
The UIM Class 1 World Championship is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast.
These boats are truly top of the line, and who better to give us a rundown than the most successful powerboat racer in history, 9-time world champion. Yes, 9. Steve Curtis, tell me a little bit about these monsters. We're standing on one right now. Give me some of the stats.
They're the biggest boats out there racing. The smallest one in the class is 40 foot long and the biggest is 50 foot long. We're on the smallest one actually, with the smallest boat in the class. It's 40 foot long. And they're incredibly fast and they can run over incredibly rough water. But this one here has got twin, as they all do, 1100 horsepower Mercury engines, twin turbocharged. They're all running the same engines, they're spec engines. And they're all about 12 feet wide. They've got all built out of carbon fiber, so they're very, very close. They have to have this big safety canopy here, which is basically the same cockpit as an F-16 fighter plane, so it's really, really strong, all carbon fiber again, so it should be good and safe. And they're just unbelievable bits of kit. It's amazing how the technology's come on.
Talk about technology and that advancement. Let's talk about your technology advancement. We've got a big birthday coming up.
So it's nice to get a race in, you know, I'm 60 this year, hitting retirement age.
We don't retire on boats.
No, you don't need to, I guess.
All right, well, that's a little bit about the boats. Let's meet the teams. And Myra, coming into this weekend, I just spoke to Steve Curtis. New partnership happening. That's really important because that's your relationship out there on the water. What is it like changing that up?
It's not a great feeling at first because you don't know how the new person in the boat with you is going to react. But with as much experience as Steve has, and with me with quite a bit of experience, especially with really good throttlemen, we gelled pretty quick. We're right there in the mix with everybody, and I'm feeling really comfortable.
Well, you got to do your job. So, you know, you get hired on to drive the boat, you drive the boat. You just hope you gel with the person in the cockpit with you. Obviously, Johnny being one of the best in the world, it's pretty easy to mesh with him. So, you know, I'm just trying not to mess up.
Anything you're excited about or worried about for the weekend?
Well, we just got second in qualifying today. I heard there was still a little issue with one of our motors, so we only have improvements to make from here. Hopefully we can get on top of the podium.
Rich, coming into today, this is a new relationship with a new boat, new everything. How was it like out there in qualifying?
A little bit of a struggle, you know, just getting used to Alex and I being in the boat together. It's our first lap actually together. So 3 of us were close, but obviously DeFalco was pretty far ahead of everybody. So, you know, we'll see what we can put together for them, but it may be a struggle.
Let's talk about the weekend. Cocoa Beach, this is the opener, and you guys are on the top. You're in the pole position going into the race. How does it feel to be in that bullseye spot?
It's definitely feels good, but at the same time, now we got the target on the back. We're the guys to beat, I guess, tomorrow. We've been pushing real hard at the workshop, trying to get the boat ready, and we've done a bunch of testing where we've set up turn buoys, courses, and stuff like that, and just practice getting the boat around the corner.
It's exciting, and you know, it's a lot of screaming and yelling, and we're basically just having fun. You know, we're out there for a good boat ride.
What about the boat? How is it performing out on the water? What kind of speeds? What do you guys feel like you're doing in the boat as you're racing?
Boat's handling very well. It's very predictable. Whatever we thought it's going to do, it's been doing. And with every practice, we're going to be improving. You need to practice to get better. So we're going to be doing a lot of practice in between races.
Now that we've met the race teams, let's meet the guys who are going to bring you the action. Mark Granite and Ken Stout. Gentlemen. And Ken Stout. Gentlemen. And Ken Stout. Gentlemen.
Hey guys, welcome to Space Coast here in Florida. Ken Stout here, Mark Granite, City Space Coast here in Florida. that will go at it. Speaking of some of the absolute best that will go at it, right beside somebody how to get it done as well. You want championship, you've been 200 miles an hour inside of one of these monsters. Talk to us about what we're going to see here today.
Hey, listen. It is an experience like none other. In fact, the only thing I can say like none other. In fact, the only thing I can say like none other. In fact, the only thing I can say like none other. And flat water, which means a very, very fast race today, Ken. You're going to see boats doing what they were built to do.
So in a quick conversation with Steve Curtis last night, the MCon Monster Energy boat, he said he feels like it's really a better boat in flat water.
So the MCon boat, they're making a lot of changes to right now. So these guys have a lot of things that they've got to get right to make that boat go the fastest that it could possibly go. It's good in a straight line right now, they said. They're struggling a little bit in the turns. I saw a boat that needed some balance yesterday in qualifying. These guys were working hard to kind of hold the boat together. The bow wanted to come fly up a little bit. So hopefully they've made the changes.
Yeah, it should be very exciting as we see some action out here on course. Talk to me about the start here. How are they going to progress? My understanding is they will take one parade lap around.
Yeah, they're going to do a parade lap right now. It's for a couple of things. It gives the drivers a chance to feel a little bit and look at the water again and look down the straightaways. Remember, this is an ever-changing course, so it can change in 5 minutes. You can run down one straightaway, the next straightaway, it's a completely different course. So this little run here gives them that little bit of a view of what they're going to be facing, because when they let them go, it is going to be a bar fight to the first pin, right? Everybody is looking to have track position.
So the length of the course, just under 7 miles,
Yeah.
6.9. We might as well round it off to 7 miles. And I know they want to give them a minimum of a 2-mile run as they get going here from the start. It's 2.5 miles from the 9th buoy to the 1st buoy down that front straightaway, as you talked about, through the Monster Mile as well. And that's when they'll get that green flag. Everybody will push forward on the throttles. I almost said stand on the throttle, but that's not how they do it here. So the throttlemen will go full throttle, and we will be on. In the meantime, let's check in for last thoughts here from Taylor. Taylor?
Well, guys, I have the absolute best seat in the house. I am sitting in the middle of the race course, right at the end of Monster Mile. I'm actually with the race marshals, and I just saw the boats drive by me on their sighting lap. The marshals said we have a mild chop out on the water, so it sounds like perfect conditions, and it's time to go racing.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. Great job at the top of the show, by the way, as well. And as you can see here, a cloudy, overcast day. However, as you talked about, Mark, the water has laid down. It's pretty soft, and I've watched a lot of racing coming in here to try and prepare for this style of racing, and what these boats are capable of in the rough water is nothing short of exceptional.
Yeah, these boats, these machines are truly masterpieces, right? Because they are able to run in flat water and in incredibly rough water, right? So they're designed to be able to compress air, lift up onto the tops of water. In this type of course, you've got a very, very long course, right? It's one of the longest that we'll see all year at 7 miles, just under 7 miles. So you're going to have high-speed runs and then short ends of the course where they've got to do quick acceleration. So these boats will be able to handle this water easily. I'm not sure you can see out there. You're starting to see a little bit of a swell that's moving in here. This is pretty characteristic for a calm day, but when those swells start to move in, they might not seem much to us watching them now, but when you hit one at 145 miles an hour, you know it.
Hey, let's talk about these boats here just a little bit before we send them off for lap number 1. 1,100 horsepower engines or Mercury power plants, basically a spec motor, all aluminum head and block. That's what's in each one of these. There's a pair of them, so a total of 2,200 horsepower, 2,200 foot-pounds of torque. It's a V8. It's a quad cam, so 4 cams on these things, overhead cam, 4-valve per cylinder as well, and they're producing, as we said, 1,100 horsepower, but 552 cubic inches, 9 liters. These things are really capable, but it's brought the cost back, so this style of racing is a bit more affordable, if you will.
That's a great point. The style of super high-speed offshore has always been a big challenge, right? For us to be able to keep boats into the sport, with extreme and unlimited racing. It just became so cost prohibitive. With this racing, bringing Class 1 over to the U.S. and basically speccing out, it's been able to lower those engine costs. We were going through engines every weekend, and you just can't do that at $200,000-$300,000 a copy. So these engines produce a tremendous amount of torque, like you said. But one thing you don't know about this is these engines, the torque curve is almost instantaneous.
Oh, wow.
Which is great for these big boats. They're about 12,000 pounds, or just under it, about 11. Most of these boats are about between 11,500 and 12,000 pounds. When they hit in there and they get that boost up, the boat goes. It really, really goes. It's got a lot of moving parts there in these engines. They are highly engineered, but fantastic run.
You can see the DeFalco down there on the bottom, just behind the pace boat. By the way, those buoys are 27 feet in circumference, so the last thing you want to do is tag one of those. I'm sure there's a penalty that goes along with it, but obviously that something out there large enough for these guys to see at speed. All four of them kind of fanned out here in qualifying. It was Team DeFalco that you saw there on the inside has chosen that inside lane that was first. The 06, the Monster Energy MCON boat, was second. The DF Young boat, DF Young Good Boy Vodka, so Good Boy Vodka moving over there to the DF Young boat is fourth. And then, of course, the boat, the Morpheus 8, Allegra Motorsports, that is Carlos De Quesada and company, they qualified in the number 3 position. So that's how they fared out one day ago. We'll find out how things sort out here as they turn them loose.
Right. So right now, as the drivers and the throttle men are all getting synced up, there's a lot of pressure inside the cockpit. Your heart rate is up. It's hot. You're trying to get position. Where is situational awareness? What boat is around me? So as you can see, everybody is starting to position. They're not in boost. You're seeing them hopping because they're compressing a little bit of air and then it's falling down, compressing and falling down. That means that the holes are not being. We got a green flag. All right. Let's go racing.
Woo!
It's a little bit of flyer.
Wow.
Billy has a mission right now. He is checking out. He's got good speed. The boat ran tremendous in qualifying yesterday. He gave it a lot. You can see he just eased out. He's trying to find his thing. Remember what I said about that little swell out there?
Yeah, it launched that 12,000-pound boat right up in the air.
Right, but that plays well for the DF Young boat. DF Young boat is a 50-foot Mystic. It runs extremely well and spans those swells very, very easily. I've run this boat many times, won championships in it. It is a true beast. So this is the first lap. You don't win on the first lap. There's 30 more minutes of racing to go, Ken.
30 minutes plus one lap, as you just saw in the graphics there in the bottom. By the way, a couple of these boats fairly old. As we talk about the DeFalco boat, that boat formerly the Spirit of Norway and then the Spirit of Qatar, something that Steve Curtis won a bunch of championships in, but was built back in 2004.
Oh, look, we got a good onboard there. Johnny T, calm, cool as a cucumber. Britt Lilly. I like to see Britt on the wheel there. He's not doing a lot of movements. He's just making small adjustments, keeping the boat where it needs to be. Johnny's checking over. You can just see his style is very, very, very cool. This is my old boat. It's a tremendous boat. It'll do anything that you want it to do.
Taking a look at the DeFalco boat right there, our number 1 qualifier, as we mentioned before, Mike Falco, on the owner and on the throttles here in this boat. Billy Moore, son of legendary boat rigger and throttle man Bobby Moore. Yep. He is doing a great job there as well as the driver. So these guys digging hard here in lap number 1.
Yeah, so as they came into to turn 1, you got to hold your position through turn 1. And that means you can't cross over and make lane changes there. That's just to keep everybody out of each other. From here on out, it is an open run. You can see it looks like there's a lot of space here. For these guys, this is about 8 boat lengths he's got on there. But you can make that up. One mistake on one of these turns, and you're going to see Morpheus come in here. He's looking for the inside line on the dogleg turn here. He's going to hit that dogleg turn and probably 140, 142 miles an hour.
So right-handers, until they get to the dogleg, that's a left-hander. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I had a chance speaking, as I said, with Steve Curtis last night. He said they hit the dogleg in qualifying at 136 miles per hour. Big air right there.
Yeah. See, this is where it is. So these guys come in. So he's coming in here. Now you've got to deal with wakes and you've got to deal with rooster tails. So that's something that you have to consider as you're coming through here. Now, Alex is just, I thought they were going to dive to the outside here. Watch how that Mystic just leaned in and turned on that outside run. That is a great characteristic for a boat, because those outside runs turning to the right will lean a boat left. And with the swell coming in from the southwest, you could catch an edge and put the boat over. That boat just leaned in perfectly and ran it through. Morpheus looks excellent. He's got good speed. He's holding off the Mystic. And this is Alex Pratt's first race driving with Rich White. This is his first race driving. Alex has been a throttle man for the X Insurance boat for the past couple of seasons. So this is something new for him. He's an experienced boat racer and motocross racer. So he's got the skills to do it. Yeah,
the man behind, of course, Good Boy Vodka. With every pour helps a pup. So great program there by Good Boy Vodka. So great to have him out here one more time as we take another look at the DeFalco boat.
Just look at how he's running. Now he's got it dialed in. Look at how it's just flying straight, just bouncing on the tops of the waves. That is a perfect setup right there.
So something I want to bring up here, we have a short amount of time here before we go to commercial break, but there's two different drives, a stern drive off at the back of the Monster Energy boat, and then these are prop shaft drives.
Right, these are BPM drives, or Victory drives, so they are straight shafts that are come out best. They're built for super high speed turns. The number 6 drive was built somewhat differently. It's a very effective type drive, but for Class 1 racing, generally it is, it's widely used as a rudder type.
We are off and running here. It is round number 1 of the UIM Class 1 Powerboat Championship. We'll be right back. So we are at commercial break here for MAB TV, but obviously the live stream will carry on. So once again, we'll keep you up to speed here on everything that we see, but obviously working here, one lap in the books here, working lap number 2, but it's a 30-minute race. As you can see the clock up at the top, it'll be 30 minutes plus 1 lap, and they are side by side out here battling. This is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about. And these two boats have battled deck to deck before for many, many years, right? This is... I literally used to race against Rich deck to deck like this all the time. They're two formidable boats, and the boat behind right there, Morpheus, who's just is actually the same. It's actually a little longer running surface than the Mystic. It's by 4 inches or so. So they're both super capable. Look at this onboard here. This is the view that you're looking at. You've got this rooster tail coming off the back of this. You can't drift over into that because that water will drift up into your tunnel and compress, right, and push you up a little bit hard or farther. So you got to find good clean water where those propellers can grab and find that spot to be able to optimize where you're going to turn.
Obviously, the chop here getting a little more aggressive as well. You could see the DeFalco boat way up there in the lead. So, and the Monster Energy boat trying to pick up the pace here and get caught up. But you mentioned it before, caught up in that roost, man. It's just so difficult.
It's super duper difficult. What you just saw here, DF Young just made a move here. He did a higher speed run on the outside here and passed Morpheus. He just put 4 boat lengths on Morpheus on that turn, just holding it down through that turn. It really made the difference here. He can come over now. Nice little fly there. But what he can do now, as he's taken this thing, he can begin to, he had some space in there, he can begin to take over that inside lane, which will force Morpheus to take an outside lane. He's got to make a good run up here to DeFalco, and as you can see, he's starting to make ground on him. I know Richie, when he's running like this, he's on a mission. He smells it. He's licking at his tail here. This is where this Mystic comes alive here. He's going to stay consistent, and he's going to push and push and push. And don't be surprised in the next lap or two if he overtakes DeFalco.
We welcome you back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech for round one of the UIM Class 1 World Championship. You're watching the guys go at it here as they are racing for 30 minutes plus one lap. You can see the clock up at the top of the screen there. 22 minutes yet to go inside of this one. Watching Throttleman Johnny Tomlinson, 35 plus years, has amassed over 50 national and world titles, knows how to get it done. And as we watch these Throttlemen and these drivers, I think something we need to talk about for the fans at home that are watching is these things come up out of the water. You'll see the Throttlemen pull back on those things. They don't want to bump those limiters. I don't know if I mentioned this at the top of the show when we were talking about the engines, but these are twin turbocharged V8. So if you get up into that limiter for any amount of time, you're going to lose all the boost in this thing, and then you've got to rebuild it again. I know you said it comes up quick, but that's still a moment in time when you don't have full power.
Listen, this is no different than track racing or turbo racing. You got to stay in the boost at all times. So a lot of these guys, Steve runs a boat where he literally just has the boost gauges in front of him because he's running just to keep those things in the boost. That way you can accelerate where you need to do. Second you start banging on those limiters, you're having to pull back. Worst case, you go into Guardian, which means a full reset. You got to come all the way back out of the throttles, then go back in. That's a 2-3 second loss, and in this, you can't. This type of racing, you just can't afford it. You'll end up in the back of the pack.
You mentioned it because it's normal to you, but to explain Guardian is a safety for the engines, if you will. So if it gets to a point where that engine is not happy, it'll basically pull power from it. And like you said, you've got to go completely off of the throttles, then back up. That is a lot of time. And let's go back and take a look at this. This was his pass for second place.
Yeah.
These two were going at it.
Now watch what happens here. He's inside line, so you've really got a position as he's passing. You got to make a decision here. Morpheus has got to either stay in it, get more thing, and dive in early because he's got speed on the outside. So he has got to find himself, all right, he's got me. How can I position this thing? If he's carrying a lot of speed on the outside, I'm going to let him take a little bit long on the outside. I'm going to dive in early to try and shave off some boat lanes.
Morpheus 8, driver Britt Lilly and Johnny Tomlinson. We were talking about Johnny running the throttles on this one here before. What's he doing with the left-hand side? I'm guessing that's trim.
So, yeah, if you look at it, it's actually an F-16 fighter pilot handle. And what he's doing is making small adjustments to the trim surfaces on the boat there. You look at it, calm, cool, and collective. He's just very, very calm, always been a calm guy in on the sticks. And usually he's holding the sticks down at the bottom. I'm surprised to see him holding them on the top.
So we were talking about the stern drives versus the prop shaft drive that these guys are using here. It's important to know that with the prop shaft drive, like we see here, this onboard shot, they have a rudder in the back, so the props never move. They can go up and down, my understanding, approximately 3 inches, which, by the way, is enough to flip the boat over if they were to max it out. So that's what he's doing there. He's raising those props up and down, but the props stay fixed. They do not turn left and right like the Monster Energy MCON boat.
That's right. These props go up and down. The drives will go up and down to make adjustments. There's also a trim tab on the back, a compression wing that basically allows you to make more compression. Depending on the weight of the boat, over 13,000 pounds, I think you're allowed to use, or 12,500 pounds, you're allowed to use that compression thing to help make you a little bit more competitive against the lighter, smaller boats. DeFalco boat, Mike DeFalco and Billy Moore have come out of an Outer Limits that just didn't perform the way it needed to perform. They got into this Victory, and this Victory boat is fast. It's always been fast. And one thing about these Victories is they were tested for so many years and run for so many years over the Class 1 circuit. 900 horsepower Lamborghinis. They just have got them dialed in. They do everything right for super, super high performance speed. There's another one, which the boat you were talking about, which is still out there on the circuit. He's looking to come back. That boat, the old Husky boat, which was Miss Geico, which was Spirit of Norway, which was Koenigsegg, which was also the Husky boat. I understand that boat is going to be coming up for, there's some interested buyers, so we might see that boat come over here. Some European buyers, I think, are interested in picking that boat up, so we might see that one back out there.
a look at the 4 boats that are competing out here today. There's a good look at the Monster Energy supported MCON boat. Brand new 2023 Skater. That is a gorgeous piece. I had a chance to look down in the engine compartment one night ago in that one and in the cockpit. A lot of monitors in there. Steve Curtis doing the driving inside of that one. As we talked about, it's certainly regarded as one of the best. Myrick Coyle, certainly a very impressive resume for him as well, out of Osage Beach, Missouri. So he is doing the driving duties inside of this one. We talked about it being the smallest boat in the field, about 40 foot long here in comparison to a 50-footer there in some of the other cases. But feels like it would be good in this style of water. But unfortunately, he got behind, was stuck in that roost. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
Listen, they just made this change. They switched over from BPMs to the number 6, the Mark 6 drive. It's a very, very effective drive, but they still have to work it out. And clearly, you're seeing where they are on the track. They're still trying to get a hold of it. The boat seems to be running a little bit better now. Yesterday,
so possibly engine issues here is what we're hearing as well for the Monster Energy-backed machine.
Yeah, it looks like it's handling a little bit better. Yesterday, they definitely had to adjust the weight on the boat. It just wasn't handling properly. I think there was some frustration inside as soon as they started to try and get it into its speed setting. The bow wanted to come away here. The good thing is it seems to be flying a little bit better. The bad thing is they're slowing down.
Really cool stuff inside of the cockpit as well, and I don't know if they're all this way. I only had a chance to look at the MCON boat, but he has a couple of rear view cameras, if you will. At first was referred to as a mirror, clearly not mirrors inside of these cockpits, but he does have 2 cameras where you can see out of the back. He has 2 large screens to keep track of all the engine vitals, a couple of Motec screens as well, engine management screens. So there's a lot of data, a lot of information available to these throttle men, and obviously the driver's focused on driving.
It is, and it's also being fed back to shore. You got a crew that's looking at it, that's also talking to them, telling them what's happening. There's also, I would run 2 cameras in the engine room. So if I started to see an issue, I could see it quickly, and we could save a motor or save a thing.
We are about halfway through here this race. As you can see, 15 minutes left plus 1 lap. So stay with us. We'll be back with more exciting racing here in Cocoa Beach. Stay with us. So once again, taking a look at our leader here, the DeFalco machine having a perfect run after qualifying number 1. They set sail here as soon as they dropped that green flag and really launched that thing out there. You can see the 2.5 mile long green strip there from buoy 9 to buoy 1 that we talked about before. And these boats up to 160 miles an hour here today.
Yes, listen, and the DeFalco boat is running perfectly. It's just got the right attitude. He's just bouncing on the waves here. And he's got clean water. So he's got track position and clean water. So if somebody wants to come up and if D.F. Young has enough to be able to challenge him, he can push him where he needs to be to retain that. It seems like, yes, there's a longer straightaway, but when you're in these boats and you're coming out of the turn at 120, 130 miles an hour, it's if you get somebody out by a boat length or 2, you push them out a little, it's very, very hard to catch that back up because the closure speeds at maybe 2 or 3 or 5 miles an hour are not fast, right? You're edging by. You just don't have enough to make the pass. And you get dirty water behind him, so that's another challenge that you're having to face. Watch how Morpheus comes in. He's got a wake that's kind of cleaned up there, so that's a little bit easier, and he'll carve in through that. But if you have somebody who's just in and dives into the turn, now you have a sharp, hard wake that you have to do. You never really want to turn on that hard part, because it'll change the axis and it'll spin you around. You can just spin right on it.
It's a good look there at the driver as well. We've talked a lot about Johnny T, but not too much about Britt Lilly, formerly the co-driver of the Class 1 Husky chocolate boat with Steve Curtis. Also drives X Insurance with Randy Kent, so he's out here filling in. Carlos De Quesada not able to make the call. He's over running sports cars. By the way, I have to congratulate his son, Michael. I was out spotting for one of the cars at the IMSA event at Laguna Seca 2 weekends ago, and his son, Michael, won that race in a McLaren in the Michelin Pilot category. So congrats to Michael De Quesada for that win. But obviously a racing family, and that boat is absolutely gorgeous out here. So we'll keep an eye on him as once again we go back and take a look at our leader.
Yeah, we're big McLaren fans over here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. These I'm look at the way the monster boat is running right now. DF Young, you can see he's still trying to find some good water where he can make a challenge here. These turns, I think for Rich and Alex, they have really got to figure out how they can make up that space where they need to be. Billy may have laid off a little bit, which allowed them to come up on him, which kind of was the illusion. Billy may say, I'm saving this motor.
Welcome to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech for round one of the UIM Class 1 World Championships. Ken Stout, Mark Granite calling all the action for you. Taylor Snyder down there trackside as well has brought us some great stories. We have 11 minutes, just about 11 minutes left inside of this one, plus one lap.
See what's happening here. Remember what I said. Rich is going to have to find a way to make up some of that time. I just saw DeFalco swing a little bit wide out here. Rich is diving in a little bit early. Now he's just going to make, I bet he comes up and he's 2-3 boat lengths that he just made up. Diving in a little bit early on that turn and shaving off one. You just start to calculate how many laps that I can do that with. If he keeps swinging wide, I can shave off one. I can shave one. Then I'm licking at him. Then I'm right on the transom. Now you have time to pressure. When you're pressuring tight, generally people
he clearly closed the gap.
Oh, he closed the gap
there. By the way, checkered flag buoy right there. That is where the finish line is located here at the end of the race. But man,
this is a drag race.
This up, baby. It is on right now.
This is a drag race right now, and I got to tell you, Rich has got the inside line.
Wow, he had wicked terminal speed on him.
Rich has got the inside line. I'm telling you, DeFalco's not catching that boat right now. if Rich can hold it together, DeFalco's not going to be able to catch that boat. It's this Mystic is running so good right now. It's running so easy. And where Mike is going to have to, or the DeFalco boat is going to have to work to hold it together, Richie can put it on cruise control with that 50-foot running surface and literally skip over this thing. So I think what you're going to start to see here, Rich is going to have they've got good clean water on this turn, so he's going to be able to make the turn he wants. And then as he hits that back straightaway, he's going to stretch it out another 2-3 positions.
And why does Mark know this so well? Because he raced with this guy. Rich Wyatt, you were teammates.
Yeah.
Of course, Rich racing for 26 years, Class 1 debut 2022, and joined the DF Young team. So very, very cool to have him out here doing what he's doing, and clearly made that last turn, made up a lot of ground, had great terminal velocity down this front straightaway, able to take over the lead here, and we'll see if he can hang on for 10 more minutes.
So I'll tell you what happens here as well, right? So now that you've gotten past, right, you've been working your tail off to really, really make it happen. In racing, as you get past, there's a flood of emotion inside. Right, you get this flood of emotion inside, which makes you drive harder, right? You push harder. Sometimes it can begin to get away with you. Then you start pulling back a little bit. Meantime, the boat or the boat is pulling ahead of you, puts another thing, and then it's a little deflating inside. Now you look at who's behind you, and you start to come to the thing: am I a second place boat at this point? And you start managing your boat for the position you're in. Billy is a hard drive and throttle man. I've just seen the boat start to lose that bit of speed that he was running at the beginning of the race, where he was it literally was folded down full on. They may have scared themselves. They may have took a flyer out there. They may have an issue in the boat. But
And we're hearing that DeFalco just stopped on the course as well. Taylor, you've been in the middle of all of this, gathering information. You have a little bit more. Let's get it down to her.
I was able to get a word from the MCon Monster Energy team. They are not having engine trouble. However, this is a new build. They changed the line. So they did have a small problem with the engine line. They were out this morning at 7:30 a.m. testing that boat. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to get it out in the front of that test. It's also a new throttleman, a new partnership working together with Myrick and Steve Curtis. So they're running this for points right now. However, DeFalco just pulled off the course. So that is a really good place for MCon to get them a little bit further up in the points. And we'll see, we've still got some race left to go. Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a shame, obviously, for Mike Falco and Billy Moore in that DeFalco boat. And there's a look at him right there with the hatch open there, left side engine compartment, taking a look inside of that one.
Yeah, it really, really is hard to be able to do that, knowing you were leading the race and having to walk back and look inside. No doubt you're looking at oil or you're looking at something you don't like to see. Him closing that and just shaking his head is not a good thing. Look, they had a good run. They know they've got a boat, so they're going to be able to go away with that. Right now, the pressure that DF Young was putting on them pushes you harder and harder and harder, and sometimes you can just overdrive stuff. Sometimes that one thing that you missed prepping the boat comes alive and bites you. Here.
By the way, I want to talk about safety out here because we just saw the safety boat as well come out there. So immediately, there's safety boats all around here. I mean, the better part of 100 boats on a course like this that are located inside and outside. So if there's a problem like this, they can quickly get to these players, take care of them, or more importantly, let the other boats know. And we've not brought this up, but these guys have spotters as well. So
yeah, we got spotters. The safety team is fantastic. They're family, right? These safety team, we can't do what we do out here without these safety guys. I mean, you take care of them when you're out for dinner. They are the ones that put their lives on the line, jumping out of helicopters to dig you out of what no doubt would be a mangled boat. And they're heroes is what they are. I mean, they are true badasses, if I could say that, you know.
Absolutely so. All right, and once again, as you can see here, the Morpheus 8 doing an incredible job as they continue on. Allegra Motorsports as well, and that is Carlos De Casada. The boat is absolutely gorgeous. I believe built in 2009, so a little bit older build, unless you take a look at the victories that were built, in one of them 2000, one of them 2004, which I find astonishing given the harsh environment that these things live through.
Well, listen, you're used to coming out of Indy cars. You're listening with the latest car, maybe a year-old car, and you can tell the difference between performance between that. Offshore performance, they have done so much work in the past, in the early 2000s, at creating the fastest that you could possibly go, that we're not seeing those types of innovations here because there's set rules. These boats are built of carbon fiber. They are immensely strong, right? They are immensely strong. So the reason that you see these types of things out there they just work, right? The Mystic works. Monster is probably the newest boat on the course. To get a boat to figure out what it does and what it can do takes a minimum of a year. And they just made a drive change.
They sort all the stuff
just
out.
To get it to where you're competitive. 2 years of racing to get it to where you're kind of in the hunt. You know what I mean? By the third year, you should be driving for, a podium or a checkered flag. But that's how long it takes. It's just not an easy thing to do, to just drop a boat in. There's just so many variables that you have to adjust and deal with. And like I said, this change of drives on the skaters is a huge thing, right? It is a big change to the way the boat is going to run. They have standoff boxes. Tyler was talking about they're going to try standoff boxes to try and bring the drives back a little bit. Maybe get it to settle out a little bit more the way they want it to. They were competitive where they were. They wanted to be more competitive. They made a change. Now they pull back a bit, and they're going to have to start the climb once again.
Beautiful shot right here of our leader as the clock continues to count down here. Just a little more than 3 minutes to go plus a lap.
Yeah, Rich is on cruise control right now. If you look at the boat, he's running. They're running good, but he is not pushing that boat. If he was pushing, the bow would be folded down a little bit. You really wouldn't see it bouncing off the bow the way it's doing it. It would just be kind of on the tail, just hitting on the center of the boat. You see how it's kind of popping down into the thing. That's telling me that he's off the throttles a little bit. He's saving the motors. He knows he's in position. If someone starts to threaten him, you're going to watch him go in.
Yeah, it looks
he'll
really
stretch it
comfortable
out again.
right now.
It's
as
very
you said,
comfortable.
Very, very smart throttle man and driver right here, taking care of the equipment to make it to the end. Can't win these things unless you're there on the last lap.
Can't win unless you finish, right? And offshore racing, unlike a lot of car racing and other types of racing, there's something that's really, really challenging. What people don't realize, you're trying to make 2,200 horsepower live for 30 minutes at full RPM. Okay?
Incredible stuff, man. No question about it.
No.
Welcome back to the Space Coast. We're here in Cocoa Beach. It's called Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech for round 1 of the UIM Class 1 World Championships. 5 rounds here in the United States for the premier class in offshore boat racing. Incredible stuff watching this take place out here. It is the DF Young Good Boy Vodka boat that took over the lead. The DeFalco boat was leading, had a huge lead. Unfortunately, they had a mechanical, had to pull off. As you can see, the clock up at the top is counting down. Just under 2 minutes to go plus 1 lap. And this one will be in the books. And the DF Young team looking to pick up round 1 win here for 2024. Alex Pratt, the driver, brand new to this team. He'd love to kick off this season, of course, with a win. And Rich Wyatt, a seasoned veteran, running the throttles.
Yeah, this is a big thing for these guys. Number one, it's a new team. I talk to Richie every day. He's excited. He was super excited to get out here and run the boat. They had made some changes, so he wasn't sure what was going to happen. Alex was running in the former X Insurance boat. You know, as with racing, there's a lot of switching and moving of chess pieces around. Alex found himself on the outside, looking in, which is very hard for a racer to. Ultimately hooked up with Richie, and now is jumping in. So he's coming back into the sport now, right? And if everything holds the same, he's going to come away with a checkered flag. That's a big thing, right? That's a bit of icing on the cake to
right,
having
sure.
Having that chess piece.
He was injured last year. He was in a boating accident, was injured, and then was out of the seat. Great to have him back in, obviously, and being a player and doing a good job. Of course, he is the man behind Good Boy Vodka as well, the official vodka here of this series. It's great to have
vodka.
them. Yeah,
it's great vodka. I'm telling you.
And the John Daly seltzers are pretty tasty.
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna tell you, like, it's really good stuff. It makes a great product. The DF Young, who is in shipping and logistics, these guys have backed the boat and have done a fantastic job. Wes and the team keeping that sponsorship going for Rich, his brother, for many, many years. But at this point, the boat is on cruise control. You can see he's just taking it easy, super easy turns. He's not really flying it. You see that turn. Usually if he was really pushing it there, you would see a lot of side action. I think this is coming up here.
Coming up on the last lap. Clock is down to 0s. It looks like he just rounded buoy number 9, finishing up that lap. He'll come back by start-finish here and start this final lap.
Yeah, he's in a very, very, very good position right now.
The boat looks like it's sitting down in the water. Meaning he has plenty left.
He's got plenty left. Right now, I would say he's at 3/4 throttle. He's kind of, with engines in racing, especially, the more you can ease up and give yourself a bit of space and a little less tension on there, the less likely you are to break something or have something pop off that you don't need to. When you got to push them to the very, very limits, as with any type of machine, it can happen there. But he's got such a comfortable lead right now, he can back off and do this. I think pretty much everybody is settled into, they know where they're going to be when the checker flag comes around. It was a good event. I think we saw some tremendous racing. Morpheus and DF Young running, DF Young and DeFalco running, pressuring constantly, and then Monster getting up in the mix for the first several laps, really, really pushing hard. I think they just started to. I think must have had a mechanical issue at some point, because we just saw him begin to fall off the pace there, which is unlike Steve. Steve is a experienced guy. He does not let off. He's got a famous saying that he would say when he'd shut up there, is win or swim. Win or swim is what he used to say all the time. I used to scare the shit, just scare the crap out of me,
him and Pastrana together, be a great team right there.
Yeah, they were.
Sure, they both subscribe to the same theme. Former teammate, by the way, with you, talking about Rich Wyatt, and of course Alex Pratt also doing a great job here. Wyatt jointly owns DF Young with his brother, which is a world-class global logistics company, multi-time world champion, out here getting it done out of Moon, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh area, I believe, if I'm not mistaken there. And of course Alex Pratt out of Niles, Michigan, and he is the man behind Good Boy vodka. So
Yeah, we have
great stuff.
We have Morpheus, which is a new sponsorship out there, which is a product that is a cosmetic surgery type product that helps people, look younger.
Yeah.
And we're really happy to see them back out on the course, or the new sponsorship. I think they reach a lot of people, especially people out on the beach. So hopefully they'll be with us for a long time. It's great to see them, bringing that sponsorship to the masses here.
The 51-footer out here getting it done. Largest boat in the field. These things weighing in a minimum of 11,750 pounds. This one, I'm sure, up closer to 12,000 pounds. 2,200 horsepower, twin turbocharged V8s inside of these things. Nothing short of astonishing what they are capable of. Relatively what they would probably call flat water out here today. You guys running some wicked chop along the way. But, boy, this DF Young boat has been the class of the field here.
Yeah, and to be able to be ahead in flat water, knowing he's got an advantage in rough water as well, really makes this boat the boat to beat. Now, 222, Gio and Darren aren't going to make the first two races here. That changes the whole dynamic again, because the 222 boat, which was the former FASA boat, which was a victory boat, was arguably one of the most winningest boats out there as well. That boat was fast, and that took the championship the past couple of years. He has been extremely fast. He's really not happy about not being out here. I talked to Gio the other day. They're hoping by the second race or the third race to be back over with a new sponsorship. So Darren, Gio, look forward to having you back out on the course. There are a couple of other boats threatening to come out right now. They're just making final adjustments. The X-Insurance boat just went into repairs, I think, in February. So that X-Insurance Class 1 boat we should see probably in the next month, possibly not in Lake of the Ozarks, but for the following race in Sarasota, we'll probably see the X-Insurance MTI out there.
Aim towards that start-finish line. We'll just call it the finish line now. We'll keep an eye out for that checkered flag buoy. The DeFalco boat certainly was out front, and I mean had a sizable lead. Unfortunately, had a mechanical. That allowed the DF Young boat to close up quickly. There is the checkered flag at the finish line buoy, and it's going to be Rich Wyatt and Alex Pratt who are closing down on it here very quickly at speeds approaching 160 miles per hour. And there it is. That is our winner here in round number 1 of the UIM Class 1 Championship. What a great run here for the DF Young machine.
This is the result that Herbie and Rich and Alex, this is the result that they wanted. They know they've got the boat right now. And they're just getting faster because there are things that they know that they can do to the boat that's just going to get the speed, get even more speed. They got to be so happy.
Yeah, great stuff here, no question. They did pick up one win at Sheboygan a year ago, but to kick the season off here with a win, it has to feel wonderful.
Yeah, it does. Now you get to go home and spend a lot of money. Oh, what are we going to do? You just want to be faster. Right, so we had DF Young, we have Morpheus, and Monster Energy. So I think a result that Monster said earlier, he said, I'd just be happy with a podium finish after this major change. So the team has got to be happy. They came through, they finished the race. Maybe not in the position that they wanted to be, but it's still respectable.
A lot of data, right? I mean, all that information comes
Absolutely.
back in, and you learn from every lap out here.
Yeah, and Myrick and Tyler, they all have ideas, right? So it'll be back home.
What is that spraying out of the side of the Morpheus 8 boat?
It's not the bilge, right? That is a line.
Good look there. Hatch open. The drivers will climb out here in just a second. And we're going to talk to them when we come back. Stay with us. Yes. All right, so good look at the DF Young Good Boy Vodka machine. That is your winner here in round number 1.
Right.
And for those of you listening online here to the live stream, I know it sounds a little odd here. We are also live on MAV TV, so we're counting out the commercial breaks for MAV TV. There's a lot of voices in my head before I put the headset on. There's a lot more in there now. So
right.
It's been a lot of fun, though, sitting alongside Mark Green and, of course, Taylor Snyder doing a good job as well out on the boat. And a good, successful race here. year. I hate it for the DeFalco boat that they weren't able to finish under power. We want everybody to have a good run at it, and it's just part of the sport, though.
It is, and I got word from from the team that looks like they've lost water pressure out there. They're beginning to lose water pressure. So water pressure is pouring into those boats at an extreme rate. So the lines that are going there are steel lines that go in there. But if one of those lines cracks because of the pressure, if one of the blow-off valves is not operating properly, you could get spikes. You could, a sea strain or this. There's a lot of pressure that goes through that system. If you're losing water pressure, then most likely they had a mechanical failure of some part back there that caused that.
I'm kind of curious, why would they not use an enclosed system? You can't keep it cool enough?
It is an enclosed system. It's a seawater system that cools an enclosed system.
Okay.
So you're not running seawater through those engines.
Okay.
Those systems are enclosed, running coolant through them. The seawater comes up through heat exchangers.
Heat exchangers.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Understood. So great stuff there. As you can see, the two climbing out of the boat. Boy, what a great great run here. Rich White and Alex Pratt now both out of the boat, standing on top of this thing, and
this is a great feeling
over there as well.
This is what it's all about right here. This feeling, where they're coming over and they're about to hand you that flag, knowing you worked for it, knowing you made the passes, knowing you drove the boat right, you held it all together.
Yeah, as we talked about before, they had a number of podiums. They had a total of 4 podiums a year ago, but only 1 win. So they'll be certainly very excited to kick the season off here with a win. That's a great start for sure. And as you talked about, just finishing up on the podium there for the Monster Energy MCon boat, and the Morpheus 8 also on the podium. As we get more boats here throughout the season, these positions are going to play very, very important for the overall championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is. Every little bit counts towards the end. The end goal is to win the championship. There in our sport there would be the Class 1 championship, and then there's the World Championship in Key West. So this feeling right here to start the season off.
You are looking at the winners here today. It is round 1 of the UIM Class 1 World Championship here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech. That is the DF Young Good Boy Vodka Machine. Rich White on the throttles. Alex Pratt doing the driving. First time inside of this boat for Alex Pratt. So congratulations, man. That's the way you want to kick off the season.
Yeah, it's what a fantastic feeling for these guys. These guys did it right. The boat looks.
And Taylor's down there with both of the competitors that were inside of that machine. Taylor, an exciting way to kick off 2024.
Well, I had the best seat in the house, and now I have the even better seat. These are our winners right here. Alex Pratt, Rich Wyatt waving that checkered flag for the DF Young Good Boy Vodka. Let's talk about that race. I spoke to you yesterday. I'm going to start with you, Rich, about qualifying. You guys were starting towards the back. You said that's no problem. We'll make it up, and you did just that today.
Yeah, we won't worry about it. We don't go too hard in qualifying. We don't want to, do anything stupid the day before. So, we hit it like it owed us money today, and it ran great. Alex drove awesome. Crew did an awesome job giving us a boat that was perfect. So, can't be happier.
I love it. And Alex, there were some battles going on out there for second, which was actually pretty exciting. And then you guys dominated for the rest of the race. What was it like being out there? New team, everything is new, just getting out on the water.
Well, Rich and I have got a lot of things in common, and it was just an incredible race. He was yelling outside, I was yelling inside. I was like, listen, we're going where we're going. We got to beat these guys. And so I think it was a tremendous race, and everything ran great. Shout out to Herbie for putting the boat together and getting all dialed in. We picked the right gear set today for sure. So
you absolutely did. But this is the first race of the season. We've got more to go. What are your expectations? What are your plans going into Lake of the Ozarks in a couple weeks?
We're going to keep the boat fast and tight and probably check a lot of things over and just make sure it's ready to go. I mean, a lot of things with these races are you got to finish to win, right? And so we take that into mind when we're doing laps. So.
All right, well, congratulations. Any last-minute race win thoughts?
No, that's it. Hats off to Alex. Everybody did a great job. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations, boys.
Appreciate it.
All right, gentlemen, we'll head back up to you. What a fantastic race out here on the water in Cocoa Beach. Gentlemen, back to you.
Mark, you've been there before, man.
Yes.
What a feeling, huh?
Oh, it is the best, right there after working so hard out there. It's hot in those cockpits, 120 degrees in the cockpit, pushing back and forth, trying to make it happen. This is the feeling right there. You can see that feeling of being there and holding that checker flag. It's you are on top of the world. Tomorrow morning, you're like, oh, what do we have to do next, right? What do we have to fix? How do we do it? But that's racing, right? This is what you go for. This is what it makes it all, you know.
And it's hard to explain to the fans the level of commitment and the size of these teams, the people that work on these things nonstop, every last inch of these boats. It will all be inspected now for any sort of cracks or damage that might have happened during that race to get it ready to go for the next round.
Yeah.
The maintenance is absolutely endless as we take a look at the finishing results here.
Yeah, Herbie and the DF Young team put in a lot of time. Everybody on these teams, the amount to move these massive machines, all the trucks and you know, all of the dance to make it all happen is a big job. Not just fixing the boat and not just, you know, doing that, but making sure the crew has a place to sleep and the food and the whole thing. So hats off to everybody who is out here doing it to bring offshore racing and to show you guys what this sport is all about.
Morpheus 8, Allegra Motorsports with Britt Lilly and Johnny Tomlinson there, finishing up in second. Monster Energy Imcon, that brand new 2023 skater. Myrick Coyle and Steve Curtis, legendary Steve Curtis inside of that one. And Team DeFalco, if you've joined us late, don't think that they were not players. They qualified number one out here. They led through the first 15 minutes of this race. That boat was really on point. Unfortunately, had a mechanical. We saw him look inside of the left engine compartment. Something went astray there. So a tough ending for the DeFalco team that got off to such a great start.
Yeah, those guys, they had a great run. They had a water pressure issue. You know, unfortunately, that's not something that you are going to get over easily or quickly. If you don't address it, you burn up a motor, right? And that's just not something you want to do. So they did the right thing. They saw the temperatures beginning to rise and with water pressure, and just called it, you know, and better save the equipment for another race the next day.
All right, so winding things up here on the Atlantic, the Space Coast of Florida, as it's known. We're about 30 minutes south of the Kennedy Space Center, about an hour south of that place called Daytona International Speedway. It's been a great run, great weather out here today, given a monster rainstorm that happened one day ago, a little bit overcast as well. So it all worked out well. It was a little bit cooler temperature here today for the drivers, and great stuff for sure. That is a good look at the DF Young Good Boy Vodka machine. That was our winner here today. So hope you enjoyed round one of Thunder on Cocoa Beach presented by Keltec. We are off and running, part of the Powerboat P1 USA Series. For Taylor Snyder and Mark Granite, I'm Ken Stout. Thanks for watching.
The UIM Class 1 World Championship was brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and Mercury Racing. Live life wide open.
Our idea of a semi-automatic pistol. The Keltec P50. With its 50-round double-stack magazine and chamber for the 5.7 cartridge. It's the latest in our long line of first-of-its-kind firearms. Innovation. Performance. Keltec.
There we go. Check, check.
You got a green, it looks like.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech for round one of the UIM Class 1 World Championship. Round 2, I believe it is, for the rest of the classes here in APBA. Correct. I welcome Mike and Matt to the booth here as well, the two experts that cover this style of racing, and looks like we are off and running here with our next class.
Hey, Ken, yeah, apologize to our viewers. We got Mod V started right away. This is going to be the first start in the second race of the day with Class 1 happening prior to this. This is Mod V. That's El Bandidos, X Insurance. There is Fast Boys. There is Float Boat. It looks like El Bandidos is out to the early lead. X Insurance in second. But look at Fast Boys, Matt, making a move on the outside.
Yeah, we got a bit of an early start because we're trying to get ahead of weather.
Beat a little bit of weather coming in. Yep. And I was actually next door in race control getting a starting grid for this race, which I think I got about half of it written down before the start. But it's El Bandidos going to be on the inside. They're going to control the lane. Now, Ken, what you guys didn't talk about before in the Class 1 races, these racers all have to maintain their lane going through the corner. So they draw position. They have position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats in this class. 6 lanes all the way the first turn. They have to maintain that lane. They can't cut anybody off. They can't go out wide. The first boat, the tightest boat, has to turn really, really sharp, slow down a lot, and then all of them have to turn around that. If they do anything strange or weird, then they can get disqualified or lose points or get a yellow card. There's all kinds of infractions that can happen. So that's one thing that when we do this type of racing, it's not like Class 1. You know, Class 1 has to maintain their lane, but they win their lane or their pole position as to where these guys draw a number for it. El Bandidos continues to lead. It looks like Safe Cash X Insurance is in second now. Fast Boys in third on the outside. There is Boat Floater in fourth. What a start by El Bandidos. Matt picking right up where they left off from Marathon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were the 2023 national champions and the 2023 world champions. I think it was the tequila. They added the tequila sponsor, and it seems like that helped.
So these are 30 to 32-foot single-engine V-bottom power boats. Again, a driver and a throttle man, just like we had in Class 1, but they are powered by naturally aspirated 650 horsepower motors, matched up to Bravo 1 outdrives. Ken, for me to relate this to you, this is the closest thing to IndyCar or NASCAR that you're going to have on the water. This is completely spec class racing. They have to weigh the same. They can only run a certain type of outdrive. They can only run a certain type of lower unit. Props, they can really do whatever they want, but the motors have to be built to a certain spec, so it really is a leveled playing field of racing.
So what would make the difference in it? Does it come back to driver or
prop.
Obviously
it's all prop.
It's all prop.
It's all prop. It's all weight, and it's all balance. A lot of these boats have a ballast tank on them, so as they're running, they'll be able to fill up with water. If the boat starts getting too flighty and light in the front, stepping on the back, they may fill their ballast tank up, pull the bow of it down a little bit, get it to run a little bit flatter. Matt, look at that run, though, on the outside by X Insurance Safe Cash with El Bandidos. They were about a rooster tail length, maybe 2 rooster tail lengths behind him. Now they're going to be on the outside. They will have the inside lane going into the dog lane, though. And, Matt, they're pulling them. Look at that.
They sure are, and I think they're going to end up in the after the dog leg. They're going to end up on the inside as well.
Yeah, they can cut them back off because they have established overtake. So X Insurance Safe Cash now takes the lead over El Bandidos.
Wow.
It's bumping up out there just a little bit. Ken, back to your point, though, it's really all set up in this race. They want to meet their minimum, have to meet a minimum weight when they come out. But, it all comes down to prop. All these teams have probably 15 or 16 different propellers that they can choose from, and very minimal changes to the propellers, but make a big change to the boat.
So you brought something up here, though. You said he was going to have position. Is there a point in time where they can cross over too quickly in front of somebody where they would get penalized?
So yes, you saw during the Class 1 race, they had all those pins in the first turn. I think it's 4 pins through the first turn. When they have to maintain their lane, they got to go past all 4 of those pins. Once they're past that 4th pin, they can do whatever they want. They can go on top of each other. There are overtake rules in powerboat racing, though, so if a boat is side by side, canopies are lined up, then overtake's been established. If a boat is, say, behind the canopy just a little bit, then they can't overtake. There are overtake rules where you have to give and open the lane, because this is kind of just like NASCAR in the way that they can't see. It's like riding with blinders on. They can't see, much past 90 degrees to their left or to their right. It's a little bit restricted view. A lot of them have cameras now, rear-facing view cameras, so they can see what's going on behind them.
I was talking to Steve Curtis. He has a couple of cameras inside of the MCON, and I'm sure there's also some unwritten sportsmanship rules, too, between the drivers where they try to be nice. No?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
I don't know.
I love it.
I think that's wishful thinking, Ken.
Well, Safe Cash X Insurance continues to lead. Matt, let's go through the Mod V class lineup. Now, we also have classes 2 and 4 racing right now as well. So we'll pan back out and see if we can get a shot of what's going on in Class 2. But, Matt, give us the lineup for Mod B.
Okay, quickly for you folks. We've got BoatFloater.com with the father and son duo of Steve and Stephen Kildall. Speed Marine.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope, no Speed Marine, not here.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's still there. Safe Cash, X Insurance, Rick, Rob, and Scott Jobin. I'm sorry if I'm not reading that correctly. Then in the number 47 boat, we have the Relentless Latacrete boat. We have Travis Petco and Rob Hartman. El Bandito Tequila, Sunprint, as we mentioned before. As we mentioned before, they are your defending national and world champions. That means Steve Fairman and Steve Miklos. X-Insurance Statement Marine with hometown hero JJ Turk and Nick Bias of Statement Marine. And last but not least, FastBoysRacing.com, who I think just made a pass, Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle.
It looks like they did actually make a pass, and so did BoatFloater.com. Both of those boats may have passed El Bandito, but kind of hard to tell from this shot. As you see the X-Insurance Extreme Hull, that was the artist formerly known as LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil. You saw Britt Lilliken in the first race racing with Johnny Tomlinson. The green boat with the X on the side of it is actually Britt's old boat. That's the second. That's the first one built of that particular model. It's a newer version of the model to the left. Those are both extreme hulls. We call that a Gen. I think I was saying that's a Gen 2. And I think that's now a Gen 4. So a couple different models of boats out here racing.
Size inside of the cockpit, would it be comparable to the big boats?
Yeah, a little bit. They probably have maybe 6 or 7 more inches of room just because they have a little bit wider of a cockpit to work with.
Yeah.
A lot of these boats, some of these boats are called Phantoms. And the older Phantoms, they have a couple different generation hulls. And I say just like a Chevy Camaro has a Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. It's the same thing with these type boats. Some of the guys have actually gutted some of the older cockpits and literally put in roll cages and suspension seats. Those boats are huge inside. They have a tremendous amount of room. But as the boats have gotten older, they've shrunken everything down because they've reinforced everything. There's a lot of talk about cockpit safety and glasses and roll bars and safety harnesses that are going on right now. So they've gotten a little bit tighter. This is a Phantom hull. This is Safe Cast X Insurance. This is the newest Phantom hull on the course, but I'm not 100% sure.
I believe you're right on that one, Mike.
I have not seen Relentless and Latacrete. And I talked to Travis Petco last night. They have been working through some issues. Right now, as we see 221, that is OC Offshore. They are one of our 3 Class 2 entries. Currently leading in Class 2. So we have boat 217, H2O Performance 2 Conch Charters. That's Scott Brown and Ed Tamburino. OC Racing is Joey Oliveria and Billy Glick. And 227 Team Woody Racing, Billy Shipley and Chad Woody making their return. Right now, OC Racing leading over 2 Conch Charters and Team Woody Racing in Class 2. So, Ken, another thing you're going to get to learn, and you're probably going to have a real crash course in offshore powerboat racing today, is when we say Classes 2 and Class 4, that is bracket class racing. So you're familiar with drag racing.
Yeah.
You say your car is going to go 6 seconds in an 1/8 mile. You can't go any faster than that 6 seconds or you're going to break out. You can go slower, but you can't go faster. Well, Class 2 and Class 4 are the same way. Class 2 is a 95-mile-an-hour speed bracket. That means they can get to that 95-mile-an-hour mark as fast as they can, but they cannot go over it. It's monitored by GPS inside the boat. The Race World offshore tech officials will go back, pull the GPSs out of the boat, monitor the speed, and they actually look at a course all the way around the course in a big loop, and then it'll be green as long as they're within their speed, but as soon as it turns red, that's mean they've broken out and they'll be moved to last place.
Yeah, so love the multi-class racing, which is why it's great to have you guys sitting here alongside me to know the difference in the classes and the different players. Unfortunately, the 217, they are clearly having a mechanical.
Yeah, 2 Conchs is down in the middle of the course. That is an old Spectra hull raced by Jason Cyrus, Matt, back in the day. Of course, Jason and Johnny, I think, racing up in New Jersey today. But 217 down off of the course. That is Precious Vodka. That's one of our Class 4 boats out here today. So we've got 443 framed offshore racing. We have 477 Trump 2024. That was the boat we just saw idle by. And then we have Precious Vodka SRQ racing rounding out Class 4. What a run for this X Insurance Safe Cash boat. I can honestly say I don't know a whole bunch about this team, except they are new for the 2024 P1 APBA Series. But I'm not 100% sure of which boat that is.
I heard the Allied team, the Trump 2024, was a late sign-in, I believe, even as of Friday.
Look at this battle here, though. This is X Insurance and Fast Boys in Extreme versus Phantom. Forrest Riddle and Ken Bollinger. Forrest out of Virginia, Ken out of Pennsylvania.
Oh, hello.
Big hop there in the corner.
Both
They're going
of
to be
them.
running with that swell. The extreme way on the outside. JJ and Nick trying to carry more speed around that corner, and it might pay off if Forrest and Ken can square this corner up. Oh, they got one more buoy to exit out of. Sorry. They'll square on the last buoy. Kind of hard to see. Tell when you can't see all four buoys.
And the boat behind him is really getting beat up. He's in the wake of both of these boats, but look at this battle side by side. Awesome stuff here.
So I told Matt on the way to the hotel this morning, we were talking about you, no offense, I hope your ears were burning, but I said, Ken's a professional, he's done his homework, but now I'm going to ask you a really serious question, and if you know the answer to this, we'll be super impressed. Do you know what kind of hull this is?
V-hull.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm super impressed.
Fine. Ken doesn't need softballs. He's fine.
Okay, all right. We're going right to the majors.
Softballs are the only ones I have a chance at.
He's been reading speedonthewater.com.
All right, so these are V-bottoms. These are a knife. They're designed to cut basically through the water, although these days these boats, the bottoms, the hulls are so aerated with steps that they actually are more like a cat, where they're breaking the suction off of the water and trying to ride up on top of it. As X Insurance has now gotten around Fast Boys, that should put the two X Insurance Mod V entries in 1 and 2.
That's correct.
If I am looking correctly, Fast Boys now back to 3rd. Not sure what happened to El Banditos, and Sunprint or Boat Floater looked like they had been off since the start of this race.
It looks like visually the boat there in second place as well.
Now they're almost the same
exact
size.
Are they identical? Yeah.
Yeah.
Optical illusion.
The Extreme, which is the boat to the left, it's actually a little bit more cut down than the Phantom. The cockpit is a little bit shorter than the Phantom is, gives it that little bit longer of a length. It's a newer boat than the one that's in 3rd. That boat was built in 2022, I want to say, and I think Ken Bollinger's boat was built in 19? No, 21. I think that boat's a 21.
Fastboat seems to make up most of its time on the backstretch, though. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it does actually a little bit. And Ken, this is a lot different than the car racing that you're talking about. So when these boats are running in these conditions, the course is actually different every 10 feet, but it's also very different going both directions. And pleasure boats, in a lot of times, like running in a certain type of chop, but don't like running in another certain type of chop. As we look at the Team Woody entry, Chad Woody and Billy Shipley out of Texas, making their triumphant return after having that whole boat was stripped down to the bare hull. The bottom was cut out of it. Lots of fiberglass work to get it back together, but they have made their comeback here in Cocoa Beach, Florida.
I asked Mark before, but curious what the spray is there coming out of the side. Is that water that it's taken on that they're pumping out?
No, so they have dry exhaust. So a pleasure boat has water that comes out of the exhaust. It basically tries to muffle the sound. Well, to get more power and to get the exhaust to exit out of headers faster, they run dry exhaust. There's no water coming out of it. So that's probably the header water coming out, because they use water to cool the headers. It'll get into the bottom of the headers. It'll go about halfway up to the collector. Then there'll be a fitting there, and that water will dump out of the header, and that's usually what you see. You're right, though. Sometimes if they have a ballast tank, like Fast Boys, I know for sure, when they fill their ballast tank and empty it, you'll see it dumping out of the side. But it's usually further forward on the boat, because the ballast tank is usually up in the bow.
I just heard from Eric Colby that Safe Cash is the old Mr. Technology boat.
Okay, and I know
that was a Steve Miklos boat.
No, Miklos has never had a Phantom.
Oh, Mr. Technology, excuse me.
Will Smith.
Will Smith. Beg pardon.
Yep.
You were right again about the two X Insurance boats. They're leading. They're 1-2.
Yep, 1 and 2. So a great day for Safe Cash X Insurance. Now they're also running tractor pipes, I believe. And a great day as you see Bracket Class 2, OC Racing continue lead. Team Woody now in second, and H2O Performance, 2 Conch Charters are out. Here is the older LSB. Yeah. This is boat number 443 in Class 4. This is Framed Offshore Racing, John Jenick Jr. and Mike Flamia from Key West. Now, this is Britt Lilly's original race boat. This is the one that got him started we bought this boat in 2013, I want to say. I actually worked for Britt when we bought this boat, formerly known as Pig Iron. It came out of California. Britt and Art flew out to Lake Tahoe, California. They demoed the boat, came back, made the deal for it, and then it came back to Maryland and has never left. Britt's actually owned the boat since then, and beginning of this season to John and Michael. They have a pretty big motor in it. So this is a Mod V boat. This is the same boat as you see as Boat Floater. It's the same boat as the X Insurance boat. But what they've elected to do is not to run Mod V, which is really a wide open class, go as fast as you can. They have scaled the boat back to go run in Class 4 because they're limited to an 85 mile an hour speed bracket. And you just don't have to have that dialed-in setup, if you would, that you have to have in Mod V. Mod V, you're splitting hairs when it's coming down to the boat setup and the propeller and everything. These guys can just go out. This boat will probably run 95 miles an hour pretty easily, so they know they can do 85. Now, they can't break out of their speed bracket like everybody else. But this is a purpose-built boat to run Mod V that they've scaled back to run in Class 4.
What would they do to it to control it, to keep it from going over 95 miles per hour?
Nothing. Holding on to the throttles.
Oh, really? So they're just monitoring gauges?
Yeah.
Looking at a GPS unit.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
they have a big Garmin GPS in front of them, and when you were watching JT and Britt in the Morpheus boat in the Class 1 race, JT was really looking forward kind of watching what the water's going to do. Well, the guys in the bracket class boat, the throttleman's looking down at the GPS. Imagine my iPad that's in front of us is a GPS. I'm just watching that, holding the throttles, and I'm just lifting. And if they have to go 85 miles an hour, they're running 84.1, 84.2, 83.4. They're running right up to that limit. Now, it does allow for a GPS speed spike, because if you lose a signal, sometimes the speed will spike when it comes back in. So there is a time duration in which they are allowed to break out for. It may be like 0.3 seconds or something. It's very minimal, but it allows for a spike.
And then I've also heard if they do go over, they assess that and give you points. Is that correct?
No, they dock points
They
or
dock
they dock
points.
position.
Okay.
So usually you're bumped to last place. If you win the race and there's 5 boats in the class and you break out, you go to last place. Now, if a boat breaks out multiple times, then they'll start looking at how many times you broke out, for how long, and there's all these different breakdowns for it. It's a really fun. Entry level is the wrong word, but it really gets a lot of people into racing because you can bring anything out here and race. Anything that'll run the speed, and as long as it meets the safety inspection requirements, you can race it. That's why they could take that framed offshore boat and scale back down to Class 4 and be able to run it.
Well, if you remember Bull on the Beach, it was a catamaran. What bracket class did it run in? And it was mostly V-bottom class.
Yep, exactly. Well, Class 2 here, you had 2 Kong's Charters, which is a Spectra,
which is
then
broken.
You had 2 V-bottoms. You had GC or OC and Team Woody, so Cat versus V-bottom in the bracket class. Safe Cash X Insurance continues to lead in Mod V. X Insurance in second. And I believe FastBoys.com is still in third. These boats getting bounced around a little bit more than what you were seeing, Ken, earlier in the class.
Well, they create a lot of their own shop here, too,
yeah, they
right?
do. They definitely do. And they're much narrower. These boats are very, very tiny, very narrow, so they'll tend to want to chine walk a little bit more. But these are really good conditions for these boats. This is pretty fast. This is kind of ideal water, maybe a little bit too much of a hop. But this is a really fun class. This class actually started out as what used to be called Super V Light, and they used to race a Mercury Racing 525 horsepower engine, and just like the Class 1 motor built by Mercury Racing, and it was actually a sealed from Mercury engine. It had tags on like the head bolts, the intake manifold bolts, flywheel bolts all over the place, and you couldn't take the motors apart. Mercury Racing was the only one that could take the motor apart. The 525 was discontinued in 2017.
Don't ask me, but I think that's correct.
It's been discontinued for quite some time, and parts were there's plenty of them out there, but parts were just getting harder and harder to find. And everybody kind of wanted to step up, so they went to a naturally aspirated 540 cubic inch block, and it can be built really by most engine builders. You just have to follow the rule book for the specs.
Yeah, very much the same with the Superstock class when the 300XS finally went out.
Right.
I
said 280 yesterday, by the way, and it was a 300. I made that mistake.
But you know what? They've been parting out that engine for years. 10 years, and finally, it costs a lot of money for teams, but you've got to move forward and use the newer stuff.
I think framed offshore racing is leading in Class 4 right now.
Wow.
Boat number 443, of course, it still has the LSB logo on the back of it. And as Ken mentioned during the Class 1 broadcast, Britt Lilly, the son of late offshore great Art Lilly, who was a true inspiration to the sport. And we will see Britt later today in Super Cat. So, Ken, we get to talk about a lot of boat racing with you. I hope you're ready to absorb all this knowledge.
What do they say? Drinking through a fire hose? So.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you're going to swim right off of the deep end of the pool with this one. Of course, this boat's sponsored by Hog's Breath Saloon in Key West, Florida. I know I've had a few memories at Hog's Breath, and I'm sure most of our listeners have as well.
I've forgotten a few things at Hog's Breath Saloon.
I think so. So when this boat returns to the Key West World Championships, the RWO Key West World Championships in 2024, I'm sure there might be additional parties welcoming the boat to its hometown race in Key West. Beautiful day here in Cocoa Beach. This is Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Kel-Tec 2024. second race of the APBA P1 Series. Next, we go to Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. That'll be in 2 weeks. Then we get some time off, almost 2 whole months. We're in Sheboygan, Wisconsin after that. Go to P1 Offshore, keep up with the teams, the schedule, pick up some merchandise. You can also buy your brand new VIP ticket, VIP experience, to come out and watch one of these races. Look for that on P1 Offshore. Get your VIP experience tickets. Go down to the beach, sit under a tent, get some food, get some drinks, enjoy yourself. It's a good time.
You know, last race we did together in St. Petersburg, we were above the VIP area.
Yep.
And I wanted to go down there.
Mm-hmm.
It looked really nice.
Yeah.
People spoke really well of it. So maybe one day we'll get out there, Mike. I doubt it though.
Yeah. Boat 42, X Insurance, Safe Cash continues to lead Mod V. Sorry, Ken.
Yeah, no worries at all. I thought I heard them say race control 482 or 481 boat is
so Precious Vodka SR2 Racing is out.
Yeah, 481. So unfortunately, mechanical there for them.
That's a bummer.
Yep, and that's another boat. That's another Phantom Hull, and that could go run Mod V as well. But they've elected to run Class 4 with that entry.
I love
that's
that
Corey
option
Cantrip.
though, to have more boat than you need, and you can pull back, save yourself some money, come out, get some seat time if you want to eventually go faster and get ready to go.
Matt, how old is Corey? I don't remember how old Corey is, but he's a younger. He's over 16. I think he's 17 or 18 now.
Corey, oh gosh, you had to ask me that, didn't you?
But that's a Phantom Hull, so he's a younger generation coming into the sport. And it's a good way to do it. And plus, with the bracket class racing with these Mod V boats, you just don't have to make. You're talking $5,000 or $6,000 per propeller. And the Mod V teams that are competitive, which really are all of them, they have 15, 16, 17 propellers at $5,000 a piece. It's not a small investment. The propellers on a boat are what tires are to car racing, right? It's everything about how that boat is going to propel forward. In the Class 1 teams yesterday, for example, Morpheus came back. They changed the gear ratio. On their second try, they changed the prop, and then I think they changed their gear ratio, just trying to get that little bit of speed. And in spec class racing, that's really what you're trying to do, because you want the best handling, the highest speed. These boats will run 90s, low to mid 90s usually at a top speed. They're probably in the high 80s out here today, maybe clicking 90 close, but they are flying around quite a bit. Matt, I think OC Racing was built as a VX, wasn't it? Or couldn't it have been raced as a VX? Because it's a 6 boat, I believe.
It could have been, but I
That's
don't know where the boat
Hull
came
too.
from, to be honest with you. It's just been around. It's
been around a long time.
Burst on the scene again, this season.
It's kind of reviving itself.
You mentioned the youth movement that's going on here. At this point, Alex Pratt, Taylor Sism, Alex in Class 1, Taylor in 450R factory stock, which we will see soon enough. They are of the older generation, and they're not even 30.
This is true.
We've got some 17-year-olds out here, 16-year-olds earlier today, or yesterday, with Owen Bias and Dalton Palestra. I mean, these are young guys.
And these things sound incredible. We are inside of a booth here. It's very quiet. We can still hear these things roaring by. So outside, especially if you're in the VIP tent area, I mean, what a beautiful day. And to listen to these things at full song is nothing short of amazing.
So I got to see a boat yesterday, Dirty Money. It's the boat that Britt's going to be racing later today with Billy Pyburn and Supercat. That boat has tractor pipes on it, and it's the only Supercat that runs tractor pipes. Tractor pipes are what we call the pipes that come right up out of the headers, because it looks more like a tractor pipe, like a pulling tractor. You've announced a couple of those races, I believe, or events before too. So I know my thing. I pay attention.
You've been studying on
10,
haven't you?
I like Mav TV. They do a lot of motorsport stuff, a lot of Lucas Oil stuff you guys do over there at Mav TV as well. But anyway, so the tractor pipes. So Dirty Money runs tractor pipes, and they started it at the crane yesterday, and it sounds like a top fuel dragster. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe how loud that boat was. All the run of them run it out of the back, and actually all of the Supercats run wet exhaust, where they have water come into the exhaust at the very end, so it tends to muffle that sound a little bit. But you wait, when Dirty Money's out here racing, we'll really be able to hear it, because the twin turbo boats that you saw earlier are actually fairly quiet, all things considered, because that turbo's really muffling a lot of the sound.
We hardly heard the Class 1 boats go by.
Yeah, and when they're idling, you barely hear them at all.
But they're you mentioned it before, they're normally aspirated boats out here at full song now. I mean, you certainly hear these things go by.
Yeah, we got to get you in one of these. That's going to be the next trick. Strap you into one side of these things. Oh, tough day for El Bandidos as they are down. Steve Furman, Steve Miklos in the Extreme Hull. This is Gen 2 of this. They had a great start, but they are under tow. And these are single-engine boats, so when they're under tow, that usually means they're not running. The engine hatch, or the cockpit hatch, isn't up, so I guess they're just in there waiting to get towed back in. Of course, Fast Response Towing providing a towing and recovery service today here in Cocoa Beach, and that is covered by Ozum and the P1 Group.
Guessing these guys have, these racers, I say guys and gals, have spotters out here to let them know if there's a safety boat on the course pulling somebody off like that?
It's more on race control. So race control is in actually the next room over. Dale and Lisa Owens will monitor the course with all the patrol fleets and everything. If a
Does
boat,
race control have communication with the boat? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So for El Banditos, for example, they broke. If they're not under power, they'll call race control, say, race control, our engine won't start, we need a tow. Race control will actually dispatch fast response. And fast response is listening. I mean, they're paying attention to what's going on and seeing what's happening. White flag lap for Mod V, Class 2 and Class 4. Safe Cash X Insurance didn't lead from the start, but they took the lead very early on. Boat number 42. Nice looking boat, good looking livery. Ken, those are the tractor pipes. See the stacks on the back of the engine hatch?
Yes.
Those are tractor pipes, so that's the water dumping out from the exhaust on the transom of the boat. Of course, this is a Phantom hull built by Will Smith,
who I saw this morning.
Yep, he's got that
driver's
cool,
meeting.
He's got a cool looking white center
Gorgeous
console.
boat.
Yeah,
It's
they're
pretty
really
boat.
sleek. They're cut down. He's done a lot to them.
That flat deck.
Yep,
Really
over the
makes
years.
it.
Second place should be the second X Insurance boat. There it is, boat number 74. That's X Insurance, we'll say Statement Marine. The Extreme hull. Of course, there's a few of these out there in the world right now. We're just waiting for some of them to get put back together. Speed Marine's got one. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort have one. There's a couple teams that have bought these from Brit. They're just trying to get them rigged and put together. The thing about boat racing, though, Ken, is that it's not like IndyCar racing or NASCAR racing where they have 2 or 3 cars to go support Denny Hamlin or Paul Tracy or whoever. They've only got one of these boats, and if the boat wrecks, what people don't let me start over. What people don't understand about boats is why they're so expensive is because they're all completely hand built. There's no automation to building a boat. The fiberglass is laid up by hand. The stringers are laid up by hand. Everything's cut by hand. So they may CNC some parts, but everything is laid up by hand. It's an incredible amount of man hours to go out and build a boat. And because it's so expensive, they can't have 2 of those Phantoms sitting in their garage waiting to go racing. So if they flip over one of these boats, not saying that's going to happen, they blow the boat apart, they're done. They can't fix it that quickly. It's not as simple as replacing some sheet metal. I'm not saying that fixing any other sort of motorsports is easy, but boat racing is a little bit different than everything else just because there's not a spare hull sitting there waiting for you to go racing if you happen to flip one over. OC Racing continues to lead in Class 2 over Team Woody. 2 Conch Charters out a few laps ago. And I did not do lap counts for these races, so we'll make sure. This is the second race of 4 races today. Up next will be 450 factory stock. The MTI and Doug Wright battle carry on here. And that should go off at about 1 p.m. today. So it's currently 11:35. We're going to take about an hour break. They got to take the helicopter down, refuel the helicopter, and come back up. I think we've missed the weather window, which is good news. I think it actually went around us.
Sure
so
looks
we
like
shouldn't
it.
have any delay due to that. So we will continue racing with 450 factory stock, and then we will have Supercat coming out next. Ken, the racing up next is all spec class racing. All spec class racing and all catamarans. No more V bottoms. Oh, that's not true. VX is coming up. VX is going to run with the 450 class. Sorry.
Wow, I thought we lost that boat for a second.
Almost.
It completely disappeared.
But it's so low to the water that when that spray kicks up, that it just, it does. It
disappears.
It literally disappears. Imagine running this boat in the ocean where you're looking at say a good 4 to 5 foot wave.
As you talked about, relatively low chop here today.
This is ridiculously calm. We were talking yesterday during our broadcast. I think it was in 2018. It was 2017 or 2018. Boats the size of Morpheus or Morpheus or DeFalco, as they were going down the beach, waves were crashing on top of the boat. It was so rough. Here is Fast Boys, boat number 97. They are currently in 3rd place. Ken Bollinger and Forrest Riddle.
They've had a great run today.
They've had a great run today.
They were off the start, but
yeah, they were fast at the start. I think maybe the boat went away from them a little bit. It didn't come to them as much as they thought. But I think the water has surprised a lot of people. I don't think anybody expected it to be quite this bumpy. It's not super rough by any means.
But it is bumpy.
It's rough enough where you may have to reconsider your setup. A lot of these teams will run weight bags too, so they'll have different boxes in the boat. They'll know if they put weight in this box, what it does, weight in this box, what it does, and they keep moving it around the boat. I don't think anybody would have run their ballast tank today because they wouldn't want to keep the bow down that much. And they use the trim tabs as well, which to better antiquate, it's basically a wheelie bar for a boat, right? It's just to prevent the boat from coming up all the way over and going over the back. Here is Safe Cash X Insurance, the Mod V entry. They are going to take the win today, unofficially in Mod V. They will have to be teched, weighed, and inspected post-race by the RW Tech officials. So everything we tell you is completely unofficial.
Yes, sir.
But they will take the checkered flag here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. What a run for this team. They made the pass on the outside by El Bandidos, and they really never looked back as they entered that monster mile one more time before crossing the finish line. So they should win. Safecast X Insurance in first, X Insurance Statement in second, and there is the checkered flag. There they go. Congratulations, Safecast X Insurance, your winners in Mod V. Matt, look at that lead that they had, though. I think that next boat back there is X Insurance, and it's way back there.
It's gigantic.
That's
nearly a full, half straightaway.
At least a half
straightaway. Yeah.
Here is Fast Boys. They should be coming across the line in third, I believe.
To put that in perspective, half straightaway is a little more than a mile.
Yes, exactly, because this is a 6.9 mile course that we mentioned is ever so changing. Good run for Forrest and Ken. This was their first race of the 2024 season. This is actually a very fast boat. They've put a lot of time on this boat. They actually test behind my house in Maryland, so I'll be standing in my yard. And I live about a block off the river, and they'll be racing up and down the river, and I can usually hear them, so I know they've been out there testing. X Insurance Statement Marine in second, FastBoysRacing.com in third, Boat Floater in fourth, and El Bandito Tequila Sunprint out with a mechanical issue, so that puts them all the way back to fifth. I did talk to Relentless in Laticrete yesterday, Matt, and Travis Petco told me that the boat has just been off all weekend. They've been fighting gremlins all weekend, and he said, look, if it goes out there and it's not right, I'm not going to go out there and break it for no reason. If we can't get the speeds that we want. I think that's probably what happened. We didn't get a good shot of the start, so I couldn't see if they were there at the start.
Well, it speaks to what you were saying earlier about, one boat.
Yep.
So some of these teams have one engine.
Yep.
It's a lot.
221 OC Racing have one more lap to go, as OC Racing got Billy Glick back in this boat. Ken, Billy Glick is a world championship throttle man in the V-bottom world. Used to run a fountain. Was Mikasuki Indian Gaming, I think, is the last livery that boat had on it. Of course, that was a pretty epic battle. Now, this boat has a bigger brother class, we'll call it. You see it out later today. It's called VX or V Extreme. That was pretty much dominated by fountain powerboats for the longest time. In fact, that's what we have running here, 2 fountains. But VX the group kind of split up a while ago. Really never came back together. But Billy Glick getting back into racing in Class 2 with Joey Oliveria. They are going to unofficially win. Now, they will have to go back to Tech. The Tech officials will actually hop in their boat and look at their GPS to make sure they didn't break out a speed bracket. That's really the only technical spec that they have to meet. There are requirements, size requirements, so on and so forth. But there's nothing else Tech is going to inspect on these boats except for the GPS. The twin-engine Phantom Hull. I have to ask Will what year that boat is. This is framed offshore. Hawk Breast Saloon, they are leading in Class 4, starting their last lap as well. The old Extreme Hull, known as LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, Revex Oil, and Pig Iron. Prior to that, Pig Iron raced back in the OSS days, Matt, of the true Super V light days. Of course, this boat has changed so much since Brent bought it. He really put a lot of work into this boat over the years. And they bought a really good boat.
You know why it's framed, right? It's Mike Flamier's wife also owns framing stores down in art stores down in Key West, Florida.
Then okay then. Fun tidbit of information.
Yeah, I'm full of that.
That's because you write about it. Speed on the Water, the official media partner of P1 Offshore Racing. So again, they'll go back, just read a GPS, make sure they go out of their speed bracket, put the boat back on the trailer, flush it out, and go home. After the awards tonight at Fish Lips at 6 o'clock. So up next is going to be 450R factory stock and VX, 2 boats in VX this weekend. We have Team Farnsworth, and then we have Cortez Cove, 2 fountains, one newer with surface drives. Of course, Bill Mazzoni used to own that fountain. And then Cortez Cove, one of the older, taller deck fountains running in VX. And then 450 factory stock.
7 boats.
7 boats. The MTI Doug Wright Battle powered by stock, more 450R Mercury Racing engines. Of course, this class started by Taylor Sisson, who will run TS Motorsports with Johnny Tomlinson, running his second out of 3 races today here in Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Had a chance to look at a couple of those boats last night. I mean, unbelievably gorgeous boats, and certainly those engines as well. I mean, 900 horsepower out there to propel those things. They are beautiful.
Well, that boat is built off of a customer hull. It's not a one-off hull. when you order a 39 MTI, it comes in an open cockpit version and a closed cockpit version. It's the same hull as what they're racing. And in fact, Willie Cabiza, who runs GC Racing, Taylor Sism, they're known to run their boats back at Lotto or down here in Florida as pleasure boats. As framed offshore racing continues to lead in Class 4. Of course, we have Doug Wright. Doug Wright's the one that kind of came into the 450R factory stock class and not ruffled the feathers, but they added another pony to the show because really there's 3 MTI here this weekend. One of them was Taylor's boat, and then Taylor built her new boat. That's now Meade, and then GC Racing is a brand new MTI 39.
Well, they made it into a factory battle, which is always interesting, In the motocross world, it's kind of everything. But here, it's nice to see it.
And the motors that you see there, Ken, are motors that they put on the back of every, center console or pleasure catamaran out there. They're just they're a bone stock. I think the only thing they've really done to those motors with Mercury is I think if I remember correctly, talking to Randy Sism, and don't quote me, I think they changed some motor mount stuff on them. That was a couple of years ago when that happened, when that motor first came out. So that's probably been adapted too. But MTI is Marine Technology Incorporated. They're based out of Wentzville, Missouri. They're a huge pleasure boat manufacturer building catamarans and V-bottoms. Taylor Sism is their vice president now, right? Yeah.
And that engine's a naturally aspirated V8. It's an amazing piece. The 300R is a beautiful motor.
But now they actually came out with a 500R.
Of course. Is that one supercharged?
Nope. Naturally aspirated as well.
And I think the 500R? No, it's supercharged.
It is supercharged. Okay.
The V10 400R is naturally aspirated.
Sorry.
That's all right. Don't be sorry.
There's a lot to keep straight with the outboards these days. They're always changing. So this is X Insurance Statement Marine. They are obviously not running at full speed. Not 100% sure why. They should come across. I thought they were coming across the line in second, Matt, but they may not have now. Seeing how they're running, GC Racing really has nothing to worry about. They can pretty much cruise around at whatever speed that they want. But maybe X Insurance Statement Marine is doing a extra lap, so to speak.
A parade lap.
So have you been explained the lap counting of this yet? Do you know how that works? Tape with numbers on the side of it.
Really?
Yep. They'll put Class 1 may be slightly different, but in all the other classes, they'll put if they're running 7
laps. Well, we
had
a timed race here today for Class 1.
Right.
So.
Yeah, you're right. You're running time in Class 1. But in the lap boats, they put a piece of tape on the dash. They say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
They keep track of it.
And every time they go by, they just pull a piece of tape, and that's how they keep lap. And they've all got spotters on land. I mean, they're doing the same thing. They're monitoring their laps as well. But sometimes you don't pull a piece of tape, and then you'll get in an argument with your driver or your throttle man. Did we run that lap? I don't know if we ran that lap. Run an extra lap just to be safe. And that's what they were talking about at the drivers' meeting. Is that if you think you're done, you're done. Don't continue to run a lap if you don't need to. And that's just because yesterday we pushed into that weather window, and they didn't want anybody out there longer than they had to. Here's your Class 2 winner, 221 OC Racing. And here comes 443 framed offshore Hog's Breath Saloon. And there is 221. They should have crossed the finish line for the checkered flag, and 443 should come across for the checkered flag any minute now.
So the checkered flag flying here for our classes, and as you mentioned before, race number 2 of 4. In the meantime, Taylor Snyder has been very, very busy, and she's down with one of our Class 1 teams, the Monster Energy Incom team, and I believe she has Steve Curtis. Taylor?
I've got the MCon Monster Energy Class 1 boat behind me, and I have the driver and throttleman next to me, Steve Curtis, Myrick Coral. Unfortunately, not your race today.
No, it wasn't, but we learnt a hell of a lot. Smallest boat in the race, it bumped up this morning, so our setup that we thought we were going to run after pole position, we couldn't. But, we're pretty happy with it. We know that there's some flat races coming up. We know that this boat's going to be super fast in the flat. So, points mean prizes. We're third. It's a long season ahead, so I think we're in good shape.
Absolutely. Myrick, talk to me a little bit about this new partnership. Unfortunately, Tyler isn't with us, but how was it riding with a 9-time world champion next to you?
This guy's a wild man. I mean, basically, you just hold onto the wheel and put it around there. But there was multiple laps where he goes, I didn't lift the whole time. So, I don't know if we really need him. We can just put the on switch on there and let it fly and need a button to turn it on.
I told him he was like the guy in Talladega Nights with the cappuccino.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was a bit like that. Honestly, the last 3 laps, we suddenly it all came together with the 2 of us in the boat. I didn't lift the throttle once. I just trimmed it a little bit in, trimmed a little bit out, said, Mike, it's all yours. Just drove the living daylights out of it. Here we go.
I love it. That's a promising future. We do have a lot of races ahead. Expectations going into Lake of the Ozarks?
Well, we're going to see how Tyler is. Hopefully his back's going to get back together. But I think the main thing here was we learned so much about the boat. Since the big change, putting the Mercury Mark 6 drives on the back of the boat, it's completely changed it for the better, I might add. And hopefully, I gave Tyler a little bit of information back from this weekend that he can work on. The guys can get the boat really going now.
Who are you after for the next race?
I'm after everybody, every race. It doesn't always end up that way, but our goal is to win, and hopefully we can do that next race. And our home waters, the Lake of the Ozarks, would be pretty sweet to do that also.
Absolutely. Well, these guys are a team to watch. MCon Monster Energy. You don't want to miss the next race, but for now, let's keep on racing. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. Great job, by the way, and congratulations to those guys. As Mark and I were talking about it, just gathering that data is so important, especially on that new boat. We weren't getting lap times here in the booth, but I'd be really curious hearing him say that they were wide open the last 3 laps to see what those lap times were in comparison. We saw the DF Young Good Boy Vodka boat up there pretty much taking it easy, taking care of the equipment, if you will, but I'd be really curious to see what the difference in lap times were.
Ken, in that boat's first year, it surprised everybody. They ended up with 3 podium finishes. 3, yes, not 2. 3. I think it was 3. Yeah. They worked hard.
But Ken, that boat went through a complete transformation over the off season. It was built with surface drives and a rudder boat, which is exactly how every other boat is set up out there.
Yeah.
And Myrick and Tyler, they had their reservations about it kind of early on and really just never got the boat to do what they want. So they literally went back, cut the back of the boat off, put the number 6s on there, and completely change it. They're the only boat running that setup in Class 1, so they don't have any sort of a base level to go with. Good Boy Vodka, Morpheus, they all have a base that they can work off of, because they kind of already have some information. They don't have that information yet, and you got Steve Curtis, who undoubtedly is the world's best throttleman. Sir Steve Curtis has won multiple national world championships to jump in it and figure it out. So there's just a lot of unknown variables there to them.
Super cool. Those stern drives, I had a chance to look at those last night. So maybe the future of the class as things progress forward and they get some data. All right, in the meantime, once again, let's get it back down to Taylor. Taylor with the DeFalco team, and they were so good. Qualified number 1, was leading that race handedly, and then unfortunately something went wrong. Taylor?
I'm down here with Billy Moore. Billy, the Class 1 race just finished, and you guys seem to have a little bit of problem on the course. Tell me about what happened.
Yeah, we jumped out front, had a good lead, and then we had an issue where we lost water pressure on the port engine. It kind of filled the boat up with water, and the engine kept getting hot, and the water pressure didn't go on vacation. It wasn't coming back, so we pulled off just to save the engine, save everything. It sucks. It's part of racing, unfortunately. It's a bummer, but the guys will go back when we get it back to North Carolina, go through everything, try and fix all the stuff that got wet, damaged from the salt water, and then get ready for lake race.
And you're not done here, though, at Cocoa Beach. You're about to jump into another boat.
Yeah, I got to race the Great L Supercat here at 2:30, so I'm going to go back to the hauler, take a break for a few minutes, get something to eat, something to drink, and then get my focus on the Supercat.
Is it challenging jumping from different classes, different boats, different teammates?
Yeah, each boat's got its own personality, but I've run enough in that boat and enough testing in this one, but it still takes a few minutes to acclimate. I hate to compare it to a woman, but these boats are kind of like women. They're all a little different. But at the same time, I know that boat like the back of my hand, so hopefully we'll do good today with it.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye out on you and your boat for the next race. Until then, we'll see you in Lake of Ozarks for another Class 1 race.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Best of luck, Billy. Thanks. Guys, back to you in the booth.
I'm not touching that one, by the way. But, a good point. They wanted to save that engine, and those 1,100 horsepower engines cost $140,000. You don't want to tear one of those up.
But do not be deceived that team, our next race is in 2 weeks at Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. They have a lot of work to do. What people don't realize about racing out here in the ocean is the salt water here is very corrosive. It's very hard on everything you possibly see, especially electronics. Any wires usually get wet. If they're positively charged, that wire is destroyed. It's ruined. It has to come out of the boat. So it'd be interesting to talk to Billy later today It'll be interesting to talk to Billy later today and find out what happened with, how much water got in the boat and how much work they're going to have to do. If it's enough water in the boat, they could have to rip every wire out of it and redo it in 2 weeks, a short time frame. It takes them probably 2 days to get home. It's going to take them almost 3 days to probably get out to Lotto from North Carolina. So you crunch all that down, and you got Memorial Day weekend between the two of it. They probably only got about 3 or 4 days to figure out, first off, what happened, what caused the issue. Then they've got to research all the damage, fix all the damage, put it back together, and hopefully test it before they head to Lake of the Ozarks.
As you can see there, everybody having a great time out here on Cocoa Beach, the Space Coast here in Florida. It's part of Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at 25 minutes after 12 for our next race, so you can also enjoy a break, and we welcome you back at 12:25. Until then, we'll see you then.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Introducing a new classic, the Caltech P15. Our first ever striker fire carry pistol with its patented 15-round double-stack magazine. It's the lightest and thinnest of its kind, available in metal or polymer. Innovation, performance, Caltech.
Welcome back to P1 Offshore. We are here in the pits, and I've got our Class 1 podium finishers. I have all the teams here ready to get on the podium, so let's get to it. Our third place finishers are going to head on up there. Third place, make your way on up. That is our MCon Monster Energy team, Steve Curtis and Myrick Coyle, getting the trophy from the Monster Girls. And let's bring our second place team on up there. Morpheus 8, head on up to the podium. We've got Britt Lilly. Johnny Tomlinson is actually getting into another boat right now, so we can't make it to the podium, but we have our reserve driver, Victoria Rand, stepping in. She will be here for the next race. And let's get our winners out. They dominated the field out here. Good Boy Vodka, DF Young, make your way to the top spot on the podium. Alex Pratt and Rich Wyatt. All right, guys, smile big for the camera. This is your chance. I'm going to squeeze up here. Myrick, we spoke a little bit earlier, but quite the finish. I know you guys were doing a little bit of testing. You made some changes to the boat. What's it going to take to really get to that spot in Lake of the Ozarks?
Oh, it's going to take a lot. Obviously, everybody's trying their best to get faster, and we're doing the same thing. And I don't know, this calm water in our little boat might help a lot. So hopefully that's going to be the difference. And congratulations to the guys that finished ahead of us. But really proud to get the Monster boat here on the podium.
Congratulations, Team MCon Monster Energy. All right, let's head over to our second place finishers. Britt, I'm going to stand right here. You guys did a heck of an effort out there. Obviously, new team, new things going on. How was it out there on the water?
It was a little bumpy today. It looked flat, but we couldn't. It was having some trouble keeping the boat in the water. But crew did great. Boat ran perfect. Gary Stray and the team, I couldn't thank them enough. And what a great opportunity. And here we are, second place.
Love it. Victoria, we're going to see some more of you coming up soon. What's it like getting out there, testing new faces on the water?
It's amazing, and I can't wait to be out there. Again, Britt did amazing today. The team did amazing today, and I'm just excited for my turn in the boat.
I'm looking forward to it too. We'll get some female power out there in the water.
Yes.
Love it. All right, second place finishers. Let me head up to the top box. Alex, I'll talk with you. All excitement out there. I actually had the best spot. I got to get on your boat, get that full adrenaline. What's it like going through that finish line, getting the checkered flag, and knowing that you guys are finishing on top?
It was awesome. I mean, long time coming. We've been trying really hard to win out here. There was no excitement until we crossed the line because you got to finish to win in this in Class 1. And so it was incredible. Rich did a great job. Herb set up the boat amazing, and we're just thankful to be here.
You've got the target on your back now going into the Lake of the Ozarks. Any pressure?
Rich just needs to keep those things pointed forward, and we'll be good to go.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. What an incredible finish here for Class 1. I'm actually going to get out of the way. These guys are going to get some champagne going. Let's bring that on up. So what an incredible race. In a couple weekends, we will head on to Lake of the Ozarks for a little bit different racing. We'll see some different water conditions. We'll see if these guys and their boats, how they can work on them, improve them a little bit more in testing. But for now, it's celebration time here on the podium at Cocoa Beach. Make sure you join us back for more racing. We're going to take a little break here, and we will be back at 1 o'clock for some more P1 Offshore boat racing. Fly with
No, I don't think so, but maybe you're just trying to catch up. Looks like we're getting some wave action too.
Yes, Motorsports Marine Technology with Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson. GC Racing, the number 32 boat.
And once again, we welcome you back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech for round one of the UIM Class 1 World Championship, which happened a little bit earlier today. And then we also are bringing you round two of the APBA National Championship. Ken Stout sitting here and two experts alongside, Mike and Matt helping me out here. And once again, we have two races in the books, Class 1 and our second race on the schedule as well. Our third race coming up now will feature the 450R factory stock boats here, and a lot of fun to watch, fellas.
Yep, VX going to be in with this group too. Two boats in that class, two fountains. You got Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claim Consultants, and Cortez Cove. But the one to watch is going to be 450R factory stock. Matt, let's get a lineup in that class.
Yeah, we have 7 good teams in this race, my friends. We have the number 5 Meade Family Racing boat, Caleb Meade and Sean Tarente. The number 7 TS Motorsports Marine Technology boat with Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson. The GC Racing Team, the number 32 boat, Willie Cabeza and Grant Brueggemann in that one. Gladiator Canados, with Irvin Grant and Michel Carcente. That is the number 36 boat. The number 39 boat, Hank Saloon Racing, Nelson Sawyer and Edwin Shear. 48 boat, Montlick Injury Attorneys, Doug Wright with Logan Aid and Ricky Maldonado. And last but certainly not least, the 151 Express boat with Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan. That's boat 66.
One thing that's done a lot differently here in P1 offshore racing is no parade lap. These boats do not go out, get to see the course for one parade lap, slow down and start. When they come out, the pace boat brings them down to the bottom of the course. They slow down. They kind of start getting in their group to line up, and then they get them up on plane and start right away. On the pole is going to be Meade Family Racing in that NTI. Second spot's going to be TS Motorsports. Third spot's going to be GC Racing. Fourth is going to be Gladiator Canados. Fifth, Hank Saloon. 6, Montlick Injury Attorneys, and 7, all the way on the outside, is going to be the young boys in 151 Express.
TS Motorsports, a reigning champion inside of this category, as they fan out here. We'll look for a green flag here very, very quickly. Beautiful boats out here as they fan them out wide.
All of these boats powered by the Mercury Racing 450R 450 horsepower outboard engine, all of them around 39 feet in length. Two manufacturers in this group being MTI, which actually started this fleet with Taylor Sism and Randy Sism of MTI, and then Doug Wright a couple of years ago started building some boats and really brought the competition on. If we got green flag, we're going racing in 450R factory stock.
Awesome stuff here. They light these things up, and you mentioned before, really just stock engines, these 450Rs, something you can go buy off the shelf and they are very, very quiet but very efficient, very fast, and I love the MTI customer program that you were speaking of before.
Yeah, and the boats are bone stock too. I mean, these are pleasure boats. They're based off a pleasure boat mold, and in fact, there's a couple of 39 MTIs out at Lake of the Ozarks right now that are pleasure boats. Looks like Hank Saloon did not get the start they want, nor did Gladiator Canados. Two of the Doug Wrights. Meade Family Racing was on the pole, and they are out to the early lead. But, Matt, look at those 3 MTIs. There is GC, Willie, and Grant on the outside. They've got a tremendous amount of speed. Woo. They will have to maintain their lane going through the corner. TS is going to be on the inside. Meade Family Racing in the middle, and GC Racing. The rest of the boats have kind of gotten swallowed up behind these guys. But here comes 66, 151 Express. Now 4 MTIs deck to deck going into turn 1.
Yeah, that 66 finished second of the points a year ago as well. What are top speeds here for this class?
Probably right around 115, 120.
Yeah.
They're not super fast boats because they're 39 feet. They're actually pretty big, and heavy is a relative term at this point, but they're actually fairly big boats. They're not as fast as what people would think.
You've been in this sport too long if you think 120 is not fast.
No, 120. I mean, 120 is fast, but 120 is, think back to our old extreme days.
Yeah, just poking along at 120.
There is Meade Family Racing. Gladiator Canados is going to be on the inside. TS Motorsports now takes the lead. 151 Express tries to make a move. Nope, I'm sorry, that's GC. Trying to make a move on the outside. Look how much time Gladiator Canados made up on the inside. The Doug Wright now,
great move.
Yeah, the Doug Wright now starting to get up with the MTIs. TS, Randy and Johnny, Taylor and Johnny start to pull away just a little bit in that beautiful blue number 7 boat. Ken, you said you got to see that boat last night. That boat just radiates the color off of it.
All of these boats, I mean, they are just absolutely gorgeous. Could be a boat show, if you will, but coming out here watching them perform is amazing.
Yeah, it's no accident. These boats are colorful, they're vibrant, they're easy to spot from a distance. They thought about this. They didn't just, go for it.
Oh, GC Racing kind of pinched down on Gladiator Canados there just a little bit. Gladiator Canados had to slow, get out of the rooster tail. That allowed 151 Express to come up on the outside. They make a move on the outside. Will that put them into third? TS Motorsports continues to lead. Meade Family Racing in second. I'm sorry, that's GC in second. 151 Express now in third. Gladiator Canados in fourth. I believe that's Meade all the way to the left in fifth with a helicopter above them. They are going around the south part of this course, turn number 2. They will come up, and this will complete lap number 1 here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So, Ken, that's a good example there. That's a Doug Wright, the gray-orange boat. That is Gladiator Canados, and that's an MTI. The Doug Wright is it's a purpose-built race boat. It doesn't have more than 2 seats in it. They do make a 39 Doug Wright pleasure boat, so it's built from a pleasure boat mold, as the rules say. It just doesn't have the bigger canopy. All of these boats running a 12-volt air conditioning system as well, so they're all very, very comfortable inside. It's amazing, the battery technology. They go back through the dog leg. Matt, that would allow, I think, Meade to make up a little bit of ground because they were going to be on the inside of the dog leg. And were they able to look up to the inside of 151? I don't think so, but kind of hard to tell from this vantage point.
It's hard to see from this angle where they're going to end up.
Johnny and Taylor went out wide. They're going to sweep down into the corner. As you can see, they kind of come across. It should be GC Racing in second.
I was just going to say, and there's 2 boats in there that we were watching the backside of that rooster tail, if you will. Couldn't see the boats at all. One of them was buried right in it initially out of the left-hander there, that dog leg.
That was interesting. I'm not sure what Gladiator Canados was doing. They kind of looked to steer almost straight behind GC Racing. Not sure if they lost sight of the buoy or maybe had some sort of mechanical issue, but they made some sort of a weird move. Might have just been the angle of what we were seeing it. Now they're trying to make a move again for third place. 151 Express is going to be on the outside. Gladiator Canados is going to be on the inside. Matt, our winners from Marathon, Motluck Injury Attorneys, not up in the mix.
No, they're not, but it is nice to see the 151 Express boat up there.
It is.
Nick Imprescia, Ian Morgan, 2 of the young guys in this area. They're in there. I think they're both 21 and 22 or 20 or 21, but they're young.
I make that comment about Motluck, and they are all the way on the outside of this group. They are racing in their own water. They want to stay out of this whitewash of all of this battle here happening in the top 4. 3 MTIs right now surrounding a Doug Wright. The Doug Wright teammates behind this group. Beautiful shot there of the number 7, 39 MTI. Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson. This is Johnny's second race of the day. He will race again in Supercat, which will be our last race of the day.
Look how flat they're running. They're just absolutely perfect attitude, very efficient, not wasting any time in the air.
Looking at V Extreme now, this is Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims Consultants.
Yeah, we saw some of the cats out there, and now we see a V-hole as well. I believe a fountain.
Yep, this is a fountain. Elijah Kingery and Jay Healy in this boat. And then we have Cortez Cove Fountain Racing with Zachary Grenzy and Kirk Brito running in that fountain.
You were talking about the 151 Express and the Gladiator Canados. I find it amazing that they were out here already battling side by side, and they were separated at the end of the year by a mere 13 points.
Yep.
So they battled all last year as well.
Well, Gladiator Canados was a new boat last year. In fact, this was their first race, I believe. They may have raced in Marathon, I don't remember. But they came on really fast last year for being a new team. The Doug Wright was really quick, ran with the MTIs. Remember, MTI is the one that started all this. They're the ones that have all the knowledge. Taylor raced with herself, or by herself rather, for a year or two until more teams started showing up. But when the Doug Wrights exploded onto the scene, man, they came out swinging and they came out fast. All of them are really, really quick. Of course, Doug Wright builds a lot of catamaran pleasure boats, and they're known to be fast, good handling boats, and it's transcribed over the race courses. This is boat number 75. This is Cortez Cove Fountain Racing. Of course, world famous Reggie Fountain, known for building there's multiple ones of these boats still out there. I know Britt and Kevin have one. I think it's in North Carolina right now, and they're talking about bringing it back out and running it Be Extreme as well. Big difference between these two boats, Ken, and you'll appreciate this, is the Team Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants boat actually has surface drives on the back of it, much like the Class 1 boats run. This boat actually has the number 6 drives. The Fountain with the surface drives is it may be the only one of those left with surface drives. It's an actual race boat. There were very few of them built. The late Bill Mazzoni used to own that boat, and actually Wynn Farnsworth bought it from the Mazzoni family and campaigned it starting in 2023. There is GC Racing. Of course, GC Racing having Grant Bruggerman on board for the second race of their season together, and I got to talk to Willie at the block party on Friday night, and he is a very, very happy guy with Grant, Matt.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Grant has so much experience, not as much in this class, but in the Super Stock class and the Super Cat class. He's a chameleon. He can run anything.
Yep, he can for sure. Of course, running with Pro Floors last year, another MTI boat, Wayne Valder of the Pro Floors team, electing to take this year off after having shoulder surgery, coming all the way from New Zealand. So we have teams, obviously they come all over from the country. I'm sure you heard in Class 1, you had 222, which is from Australia. You have some Norway teams, some Sweden teams. In the Super Cat class coming up later today, there is the Pro Floors team, and they are based out of New Zealand. It takes just about 23 or 24 hours for Wayne and his wife to get over here to go racing, and sometimes they go home almost right after the races. So they're only in town. It almost took as much time to get here as
they are here.
Right, exactly.
Right.
But now they bought a house in Miami, so they tend to spend a little bit more time over here.
Yeah, and during COVID, he was having to spend a week in quarantine when he got back to New Zealand. So that was a difficult year. He needs the year off to heal up, and that's a good thing for Wayne. We wish him well. We want him back.
Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants, picking up right where they left off in Marathon. It's a beautiful boat. When Wynn bought it, he kept that same kind of paint livery that Bill Mazzoni had on it. And I know that Lisa and her mom were very happy to see that boat maintained. It looks like 151 Express maybe making up some ground on GC Racing. Of course, GC Racing is on the MTI Concierge program, so the MTI team gets that boat to the races. They maintain it. But Craig Barrett of Barrett Custom Marine out in Lake Havasu is actually the crew chief for that boat. He was working on it late last night over there in the pits.
I believe you mean Adrian Barrett.
Adrian Barrett, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I apologize.
No.
West Coast people are kind of far away from me, so I don't always remember who they are.
If you just joined us, the course is approximately 7 miles long. Front straightaway here, 2.5 miles, including the Monster Mile.
And I apologize, when I took my notes this morning, I did not write down lap counts for any of these classes, so I can't provide anybody. So 6 laps, okay, thank you for that.
I believe we're finishing up here lap 2, if I'm not mistaken, starting lap 3.
Yeah, it might be starting lap 3. It might even be finishing lap 3 and starting lap 4. See how hard it is for us to even do it? Imagine,
Well, and I loved what you said before. I mean, that's all stuff I think people at home, I would certainly love to hear that. And you said literally if they were going to run a 10-lap race, for example, they would put 10 pieces of tape on the dash and pull one off every time they cross, start, finish.
I mean, the technology in these boats is simply amazing, some of the stuff they can do, and they rely on tape. And I've been doing this long enough that it's very hard to keep count of laps when you're watching this because you're not seeing the whole course, and you kind of really got to be able to keep up with where they are. And when you get multiple different classes on the course, and I've even tried to keep tape for myself.
Maybe we need tape in here, yeah.
But I still forget to pull them, and then I get mad at myself and yell at myself, and I don't make up any time.
And argue with
your
And
then I run an extra lap, so it's just not worth the effort.
That's Matt's job. He's supposed to pull tape.
Yeah, exactly.
I forget. Look at Caleb Mead and Sean Torrente there. And Caleb just turned 17 not long ago.
Look at that thing dance, man.
Yeah, they're running really light. The Doug Wright, it's got a further, the center of gravity on the Doug Wright is a lot further back, and you can tell kind of by that picture, but just by where the canopy is. What they'll do, a fun fact about this, what they'll do to find the center of gravity of the boat, at least in my experience, is they'll take yard arms, which are what lift the boat off a trailer, and you try and put it in exactly where you think the center of gravity is, and you pick it up. And in theory, the boat should balance. If you get it right, the boat should balance exactly where it is, and that's where your center of gravity of your boat's going to be. The MTIs have a larger cockpit. They have a little bit more weight further forward, so I imagine the CG would be a little bit further forward as to where the Doug Wrights have a cockpit that's a little bit further back. Again, it's only 2 people, so their CG may be a little bit further back, and a cut-down deck a little bit more.
The 151 Express was suddenly on the outside there as things closed up. I was wondering if he actually had a mechanical, but seems to be up to speed now.
It's hard to tell from our vantage point. They don't, oh, look at that. Gladiator Canadas had to jump to the outside, so Nick and Joey did pinch them off. That's a completely legit move. They could do really whatever they wanted, and obviously Gladiator Canadas could not stay in that line, so they had to jump to the outside. These boats don't want to get hosed down either. They take in ambient air from around a pretty intricate air intake system, so the engines can still get wet and still have an issue. In fact, the team at MTI, TS Motorsports last night told me they put a new engine wiring harness on the port engine of that boat last night.
I saw one of the Supercats that actually had a cowling on in front of the engine.
That's
a deflector, if you will.
Yeah, that's a deflector, and that's because the back of the boats now are cut down so low to close to the water. When they go around the turn, that sometimes they'll catch the water and they'll deflect water back at the engine, and it'll actually rip the cowling off. These are only fiberglass things held on by a couple of clamps. So some of these teams have started running diverters up in front of that to try and prevent the cowling from getting damaged, just because of the back of the boat is so low in the water.
So the throttleman on the GC Racing boat, as I said before, is Nick Impresci. He's another legacy. Oh, pardon me.
151 Express.
I got confused by the colors.
They're pretty close to colors. Of course, this is a new livery for GC Racing. GC Racing started coming out last year. That was his rookie season in the 450R factory stock class. But I don't know. It looks like 151 Express might be catching them just a little bit. And there is Mead Family Racing trying to look up the inside as well.
Was it Grant that filled in last year for, was it the Potholes Class 1 boat?
It was X Insurance Class 1 boat.
Okay.
Yep.
Starting in Sheboygan.
It did start in Sheboygan, and Mead Family Racing took their first win of the year, actually, in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on the second day on Sunday. That was very exciting to see. As Taylor and Johnny continue to run out front, putting the VX boat of Cortez Cove Fountain Racing down, not down a lap, but they were basically lapping them. Believe it or not, these two boats should almost run the same speed between the V bottom and the cat boat, depending on how big the power is. Now, VX is another spec class. They have to just basically run a particular motor package, meet weight, do whatever they need to do, but they can go as fast as they want in order to be able to win. As Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claim Consultants have pulled out to a big lead now in VX. Of course, we will see this team's MTI come up next in Supercat, and that's a very interesting story. I spent a lot of time with Anthony Smith, the throttleman, who I know very well for many, many years, and I said, Anthony, how do you feel in the boat? And he looked me straight in the eye and he goes, I don't really know the answer to that question. He said, we really haven't gotten to run it enough. They had a mechanical issue in Marathon, of course, so they had to not race, so they really haven't gotten any time in it until yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how that boat runs. Gladiator Canadas has gotten passed by Mead Family Racing, so Mead Family Racing is now, I believe, in 5th place with 151 Express in...
Yeah, 4th, 5th right there,
yeah,
I believe is what we're looking
You're right. Yep. And that makes me wonder if something maybe happened to Gladiator Canadas when they got hosed down, because they were running right with 151 Express, and they seem to be losing quite a bit of ground to 151 Express and now Mead Family Racing, as Johnny and Taylor continue to lead.
Boy, that is just an absolutely gorgeous boat. Love the colors on it. Obviously having a great run here. Out front, clean air, clean water, and taking full advantage of it.
And they have the best matching equipment of any team out there.
They're branded properly.
Yeah. Well, Taylor used to be not the customer coordinator, but I forget her little title. before she was vice president?
Oh,
Customer relations?
Customer relations manager.
Yep, there it is.
One of those cool electric carts as well, bigger than a golf cart, smaller than a car.
Yep, exactly. But just a great team, a great family to know. They've done so much for the sport, and they're continuing to do so much for the sport. They're really pioneering, cockpit design and safety, and wanting to make sure that when these boats do go over, that nobody gets hurt and everybody's able to go home to their family.
That's
Crashing
awesome.
on the water, Ken, you said, we talked in our off break, and you do drag boat racing, and you understand what crashing on the water is like. It's not like crashing on anything else. Water is an unstoppable force. It will penetrate everything it can penetrate. It will destroy whatever it can get destroyed. So if you look at the canopy of this, you see these really small square windows and how everything's really triangular, right? And that's meant to deflect the water away from a flat surface in case a boat does go over. The Doug Wrights tend to run a little bit more of a rounded canopy as they get hosed down again by Meade Family Racing. So Gladiator Canada is not getting really any favors from any other teams out there, as they've been hosed down now a couple of times, and I believe that's in turn number 1.
I think they did that right on cue to show you how that they would deflect the
Yeah,
water.
right, how
You
the
could
water
see
would
it
go up over the
blow
canopy.
right off the top of the canopy.
As
there.
it was
a
happening, I was
perfect
thinking about that. I
description.
went, look at that example of that. But they really are. There's going to be a meeting out at Lotto to talk about canopy safety coming up in 2 weeks. And the team at MTI are really pioneering that technology, the different type of glass. For example, Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, who raced yesterday, they no longer put screws through the glass in the cockpit. It has to be sandwiched together and glued together because they found that the screws may be compromising the strength of the glass. And it's thick glass. Now, some of it is bulletproof glass, so it's not like it's lightweight material. And then he basically had to put a band around the top of it that was held in with screws that kind of sealed it all off. And that's a fairly new design, but they are really moving forward in cockpit. And it's just like in drag boats, like we talked about, they have air on board. Now, none of these teams, I think, are running full-time air. Some teams, actually, I don't think any teams racing today are running full-time air. Some of the old extreme teams used to run the F-14 masks, and they ran full-time air, pumping oxygen into the boat. But now these teams just have regulators strapped to them. So if
yeah, I
they
mean,
roll
it's a whole
over-
different animal from the drag boats, right, that have to have air for, a very short amount of time in comparison to what we see out here.
Well, in the drag boats, the canopies the capsules stay together. The boat destroys itself, but the canopies decide to
flies
stay.
out.
The capsule rather stays together. Then it's got the hook on it, and they lift it out. This is not designed to do that. I mean, unfortunately, the canopies on these and some of these older boats still blow apart. Fast Boys, the boat you saw run earlier, they actually stuffed it in their old boat in Sarasota in a wave, and it blew the bulkhead in below the driver and actually broke Ken Bollinger's leg pretty badly. But they just haven't been able to figure out. It's too big of an area to make a detachable pod out of and still make the boat fast and competitive.
So I'm kind of curious. I know in the Class 1s they do have a hatch underneath the boat in case they're inverted. As we watch one, it looks like maybe I'll pace here a little bit more. But do these smaller class cats, do they also have a hatch underneath?
All the cat boats that are racing here should have a hatch underneath of them. So the super stock boats do, the 450 boats do, Class 1 boats do. All of them are required to have it, so that way you can come back out. This is Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants. It looks like they may be on one motor. Not sure what happened to them, but this should allow Cortez Cove Fountain Racing to catch up and possibly take the lead. Now, they do capsule training, just like I'm sure you guys do in drag boats, and they have to do it at the beginning of every year, sometimes multiple times a year. So they'll get put in a capsule and they get flipped over.
The dunk test?
Yep, the dunk test, and they have to get out. Now, the only thing that they don't tell you to do is how to come out through the bottom, right? And a lot of teams sometimes won't open the bottom hatch because they don't want to completely flood the cockpit, although at that point it may be an inevitability. But, yeah, most all the boats here are going to have a capsule to come upside down. And they have a regulator taped to, strapped to the top of their body so they can get that in their mouth and breathing while they are upside down. And our team here, Sean Steiner and his entire team do a great job with safety. We have divers in the helicopter. The point of that is if anybody wrecks, the helicopter gets right down over top of it and deploys a driver. We go to an immediate red flag situation when anybody goes over. There's divers in the water. Anybody's wet, they will immediately stop the race, get that person get those people out of the water, get the divers back into their positions, and then start going again. 2 more laps to go here in 450R factory stock. It has been the MTI show since the beginning. Montlick Injury Attorneys, Doug Wright, Matt, just not the same as what we saw in Marathon.
No, the boat was untouchable in Marathon. It just left the fleet, and now it's not leading the fleet. It's not even close.
Logan and Ricky might have a little bit of work to do because I believe this class is going to Lake of the Ozarks in 2 weeks. Now, the interesting thing is that one thing that is different from what you guys do at drag boat racing is that we're going from saltwater to freshwater. So now how these boats run, the attitude, everything is going to change. Everything changes when we get into freshwater. You guys only run on freshwater, but freshwater
not necessarily so. So we had there's a drag boat race that happens down in San Diego. I don't think it's been there for a little bit, but they did run on salt water, and you're absolutely right. The viscosity of the water alone is extremely different.
I bet
However, whenever they run at Chandler, that water has never been removed from that lake, so it's extremely dense as well. It's very acidic.
And here we go back. We just had 151 Express. Finally, I can talk about that. I'm correct now. That is Nick Imprescia, the son of Throttleman legend Joey Imprescia.
Yep. And of course, 151 Express ran Mod V and Super V Light for quite a few years before they bought this race and stepped up to the 450R factory stock class. Ken, I can't imagine what racing a drag boat in saltwater was like. That must have just destroyed those boats.
Vicious bite, but honestly, running at Chandler isn't any better. I mean, the water's so acidic. Extreme cleanup every time those things came out.
Wow!
And certainly after they went back home.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same thing here. I mean, there's lots of WD-40 and fresh water getting sprayed all over everything. But the teams really have to know their setup when they go up to Lake of the Ozarks.
No intercoolers, though. I mean, they're not running any water through the system per se in those boats.
Well,
so that part of it's a little bit better.
Oh, yeah, and drag boats, definitely not. These are all raw water-cooled engines, so of course they'll go back and flush them out. Meade Family Racing slowing now, though.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit. Got a rooster tail up maybe on one engine. Have to see what happened to Caleb and Sean in boat number 5. Of course, Caleb taking his first win in Sheboygan, Wisconsin in 2023. For the Mercury 50th race. There goes Mottlick.
Oh, looks like you just found a little power there.
Well, these motors do have Guardian mode on, just like the Class 1 motors do, so they can go into Guardian for a couple of different reasons. I don't know how they clear Guardian, which basically means reset it. In Class 1, at least last year, they used to pull all the way back on the throttles, hit the stops at the back, and then go forward, and that would clear any Guardian mode. I'm not 100% sure how they clear it in these 450R motors, though. But it looks like, Matt, if that's them to the left of the screen, I think they are down off a plane maybe, just to the other side of the dogleg. We'll see if we can get an update from Race Control. TS Motorsports MTI continue to lead. They have led since the start.
Should be coming around here to pick up the white flag if we've kept count properly.
So now
2 laps to go, we're hearing.
Now, Ken, Johnny Tomlinson now can probably finish up this race and call the MCon Monster Energy team. Oh, nope. Yeah, MCon Monster Energy. He's running the Super Cat for that team. He'll be able to make a change to that setup if he wants to, because now he's run.
Yeah.
The conditions have changed from his first race at 10 o'clock to where he is now. Now he has a really good idea of what the conditions are going to be like for Super Cat. So there could be maybe some changes there. It looks like GC Racing might be trying to make a move on the inside.
He cut that corner nice and tight, got a good run out of buoy number 9, if you will. And now seems to be losing just a little bit as he in the spray.
Well, Taylor
in frame.
Taylor and Johnny are really light. They're really carrying the bow quite a bit, kind of catching on the back. They may be getting a little bit lighter than what they'd like, and then they have to go a little bit more conservative on their setup. They got to trim in just a little bit, kind of get that boat from flying around. But I think that GC really just drove it through turn number 2 very, very well.
Perfectly.
And was able to make up that speed. But now that we get on a longer straightaway, maybe TS Motorsports has more top end, and they're able to pull them as they exit the Monster Mile. That's the black buoy there before they get up to turn number 1. Great run for 151 Express, though, Matt. Good to see Joey and Nick having this type of run. Got MTI in the top 3, but what a finish for these boys if it stays this way.
Yeah, and they work at Sean Tarente Racing. These guys are around it 24/7. They live it, they breathe it, and they're honestly, they're great kids. They're great representatives for the sport.
I mean, they're getting to not be kids anymore. I mean, they could be kind of becoming little adults now.
Well, when you're 63, everybody's a kid,
Oh,
Mike.
okay. Fair enough.
How many times have we seen this site?
TS Motorsports.
TS Motorsports out in front.
Going into turn number 1. Whatever GC Racing did, they're going to have to try and do it again. They'll have 1 lap left after this time around. So whatever Grant and Willie were able to do, they need to try and do it again. But the MTIs are almost all equally distanced apart there, Ken. Just about maybe 2 rooster tail lengths between the top 3 boats.
Helicopter obviously over top, keeping an eye on everything. Yeah, I wonder if TS just went in a little bit wide, like you said, carried good speed, but it opened up the door for that bottom lane there for a moment to get a good run and did. I'm almost wondering if TS came back over a little bit and took
Maybe.
some of that line away.
Might have pinched down on them a little bit.
I
know
that forced them out of the throttle a bit.
Yeah, and they're all running cameras. I'm pretty sure they knew where GC was going to be going into that corner. But these corners are very different from either end of the course. One corner you could be running with the sea. The other corner you could be going into the sea. So just like the boats would be different on either straightaway, they're going to be really different in the corners too. Now, if 151 Express catches up to GC Racing in the next half a lap, that'll be what TS Motorsports wants to see. That could slow the both of them down because they'll start worrying about racing each other and not racing forward.
Yeah, that was a great point. Mark Granite brought that up in the Class 1 race this morning, going against the swell where that thing will really want to dig in on one end of the course and not necessarily on the other.
Yeah, and it's just like a pleasure boat. Some pleasure boats love running in a trailing sea, which is the waves coming behind them. Some love running head into it, going into the wind. They just handle differently, and race boats are no different. These teams do a lot of weight balancing testing too. I don't think they have any ballast tanks. I don't think they're allowed. They are running a tunnel tab. I don't know if Mark explained that to you, but what trim tabs are on the outside of the boat. Well, catamarans have a big tab like that in the middle that controls the attitude of the boat based upon how the air is coming down the tunnel. It's not something that's used to make the boat run differently in rough water. It just changes the attitude and the lift of the boat and how it moves around. Is that Team Farnsworth Hancock? I think it is. Or is that Cortez? Nope, that's Cortez Cove Fountain Racing. They have slowed too, but I don't think they have anybody to race at this point. Hancock had a mechanical issue, so they may be out. But it looks like they're turning to the inside of the course too, Matt. Yeah, they are, because that's the turn buoys. So the Cortez Cove Fountain turning to the inside of the course. Not quite sure why. They would have to finish their laps in order to be able to score it fully for the race. As we go back to 450R factory stock. Ken, I don't think GC Racing is going to be nearly close enough this time to look up the inside like they did last time. There is Farnsworth Hancock. So they are still out there going, possibly on one engine. And they went a little bit wider that time, Ken. Look, they stayed almost right in the rooster tail. I think you were right. I think they went out wider that time, and GC was able to kind of look up the inside and make up a little bit of ground. I think Johnny and Taylor caught that, and they were much more protective of that inside line. This will start the last lap for 450R factory stock. TS Motorsports Marine Technology in the lead, been in the lead since the start. Of course, these boats will have to be teched. The main part of tech on these boats, from what I understand, is the engine computers. Not flashing the engine computers, making sure they're bone stock.
Yeah.
They have a minimum weight requirement to meet. It'd be interesting to see if they have lower. I don't think they have any lower unit restrictions because there's nothing you can do. I guess you could shave down a 450R lower unit a little bit if you wanted to, but I don't think enough to make
different props. Can you interchange props?
No, the only class that I'm aware of that has a prop restriction is Class 1.
Class 1.
If you run the surface drive boats in Class 1, I think you can only have 3 sets of propellers.
That's correct.
Now gearing, they run the drop boxes like the tractor pulls do.
Right.
Yeah, so the gearing can be different, and they can have as many sets of gears as they want, but propellers are only limited to 3. And when I talked to Tyler Miller in the offseason about MCON and going to number 6s, I understand it. If you have a number 6 Class 1 boat, you can have as many propellers as you want, but it's because you can't change that gearing ratio as easily in the number 6 drive. So that was kind of one thing they looked at and touched on that earlier, is that they have so much experience with number 6s in their Supercat that maybe they thought that would transcribe over to Class 1. 151 Express now making a move on the outside of GC Racing.
Wow.
GC Racing, however, is going to have the inside, and they can play super defensive right here as long as they're close enough. They can push them out. And they were kind of gentlemanly. They didn't go out too far, but that shorter line definitely paid off as they go back down into the dogleg. Now, the dogleg, this is where a dogleg really comes into play, right? Because it now gives 151 Express the inside lane.
Sure.
If GC doesn't come down on them, they can. But look at the acceleration out of 151 Express on the outside. They are half a rooster tail length behind. Ooh, and they cut back to the inside. That was an interesting move right there. I think maybe GC there was a little bit defensive and didn't want to give them too much speed on the outside. Now the roles have kind of reversed. Unless 151 Express can get back inside to the dogleg, they're going to be on the outside. However, could line them up for the inside of the next
turn
corner.
Turn 2, right, yeah. Coming to the finish line.
And dog legs are they're not new to powerboat racing, but you're starting to see them on a lot more courses. Our courses just used to be oblong circles, really, right? And it just kind of was if you were on the inside, you could control it.
I love it. I mean, it brings the driver into play a little bit more. It brings boat setup into play a little bit more.
And they're in different places. Like this course, it's really very far south. It's really down towards turn number 2. In St. Petersburg, the dogleg is actually further up towards the outermost turn. So you come out and you run a short leg into the dogleg and then a longer leg out to get to the turn. So they're moving them around a little bit, and it kind of just balances out the fleet a little bit, if you would.
Creates another passing zone as well.
Exactly. GC Racing has pulled back away from 151 Express. Really been a cat and mouse game here a little bit of these boats being able to catch each other and then slowing down and then catching each other. And it's just, I think some guys are just turning better than others and being able to carry more speed, and then some boats are just liking the straightaways just a little bit better. Of course, GC Racing has a couple of MTIs, as we mentioned earlier. It's got a 44X and then a 50V, based right out of here of Miami, Florida. I think, not this year, but I think last year he took his race boat, his pleasure, and his 2 pleasure boats on a poker run. One of the Florida Powerboat Club events, I think.
Well, I know at the MTI Owners Fun Run to Hawks Cay, he
that
took his new boat down there and debuted it, and it's gorgeous, as usual.
Yep, matches the livery of his race boat and the colors of his race boat. TS boats coming around turn number 2 for the final time. This is the final lap of this 450R factory stock race. They have led from basically start until the finish, and if nothing happens between now and then, they will take the unofficial win in 450R factory stock. And really now the race is going to be for second. I'm interested to see. It'd be nice if we can go back to 151 Express and GC. I want to see if 151 Express tries to throw to the inside. If they try and drive harder into the corner and be able to get inside, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Maybe they'll square and come back across it.
Yeah, I was going to say would have to cross over there again or through that
yeah,
roof
but
again.
GC,
But look how tight he yelled at that
GC
time.
just went. Yeah, but see, that's a disadvantage too, right? GC is scrubbing a lot of speed.
Got to really check up, right?
Right, yeah, they're going to scrub a lot of speed, and look how wide
he could get that big run here down the front straightaway.
Yeah, he could carry more speed, but look, it allowed GC Racing to get up underneath of TS Motorsports. Don't maybe think that they knew they were that close, but our view here is somewhat deceiving, as TS Motorsports is still about a rooster tail length, if not more, ahead of GC Racing. They are approaching the Monster Mile for the final time, and they will take the checkered flag in 450R factory stock. It looks like 3 MTIs, 1, 2, and 3 here today in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thunder on Cocoa Beach presented by Kel-Tec. As Ken mentioned, this is the second stop of PBA National Championship Series. We're off to Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri next, and then not until early August do we go to Sheboygan, Wisconsin for the second time. A beautiful place, Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Really forward to getting to go back up there. Not going to Lotto this year, have a prior commitment, so it won't be there, but look forward to getting back out to Sheboygan.
Still in the throttle here, too. I wonder if, you see it a lot of times actually in oval track racing, sprint car racing, midget racing. They'll run a bonus lap. Now, granted, a much, much shorter lap than this, but there's a lot of times,
miles.
maybe they throw the white flag twice or whatever the case may be. They've all been trained to run a bonus lap. So he stayed in the throttle right there until he was sure that this thing was over.
Well, and I kind of thought that Johnny was going to have to go straight back in because he's running Supercat next. Maybe the Supercat's going to come out and meet him, and he'll jump on board that. But he's got to get back in because our Supercat race is expected to start right around 2:30. Oh, it's only 1:30, so we do have an hour. So
There's
we have
no
a little
rush.
bit of time. No rush. We're good. GC Racing comes in second. Good run for Willie and Grant, as it looked like 151 Express came in third. Gladiator Canado's in fourth, and Mottlick Injury Attorneys Doug Wright came in fifth. A good run for GC Racing, Matt. Willie and Grant are really starting to figure each other out, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Willie definitely has ability to drive a boat.
I think so.
He's quite good. And we all know Grant. He's been around forever. And he's got a winning pedigree.
He does. It'll be interesting to see a difficult weekend for Sean Torrente, though. They had a fuel problem in their super stock boat yesterday. Yep. They barely made it even to the first turn. And now they ran just about half of this race and had some sort of mechanical issues and pulled off. So it'll be interesting to see what happened to that team.
So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back. Obviously, as Mike was just mentioning there, we still have another race yet to go here today. We're having a blast out here on the Space Coast here in Florida. It's Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Kel-Tec. Of course, round one for Class 1 and round 2 of the APBA National Championship. There's a look at your winner here. Beautiful job out of the 450R factory stock category. Congratulations to TS Motorsports. We'll be back in just a bit.
Meet our idea of a semi-automatic pistol. The Kel-Tec P50. With its 50-round double-stack magazine and chambered for the 5.7 cartridge. It's the latest in our long line of first-of-its-kind firearms. Innovation. Performance. Kel-Tec.
one, boys. Let's make it a good one.
All right, we are back and ready to go racing here one more time. This is the Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Caltech. Round one of the UIM Class 1 World Championship happened a little bit earlier today. We've had 3 subsequent races, I should say 2. We're coming into the third, but fourth and final of the day. As you can see, the yellow flag is out there. We have boats on the water. And we're ready to call this Super Cat race. I'm really looking forward to this. Will be the first one that I've ever seen. Ken Stout with you. Mike and Matt sitting right alongside to help me out here. But some really beautiful and cool and very fast boats are about to go at it.
Class 1 are the big boys of offshore, but these are now the true big boys of offshore. This is the most competitive class out here, I think. Naturally aspirated, 650 or 750 horsepower motors. This class has gone through a lot of changes over the years. They used to run the Mercury 850 SCI motors, which were supercharger motors. Then they went to naturally aspirated motors, and they've just kind of moved around. When you looked at your sheet earlier, the reason that they have that is because Mercury makes an 860 naturally aspirated motor, and they were trying to incorporate that motor program into this class, so you had to add weight because you had more horsepower. So that's where that weight differential came from. So
I noticed a couple of crossover drivers as well from Class 1 into Super Cats. They go both ways.
Johnny Tomlinson will be out here today. Britt Lilly will be out here today. Myra Coyle will be out here today. Normally Tyler Miller's out here with us. But Super Cat, it's going to be a really good race. I can look at the lineup, and I can tell you who the favorite probably is going to be MCon, just because you're defending national champion. But, man, Dirty Money after Marathon I think is going to be very hard to beat. They really put it to MCon Monster Energy. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. But, Matt, let's go through a lineup real quick of these Super Cat teams as they get ready to line up for a start.
You got it, Mike. This is another 7-team battle. We have MCon Monster Energy, the US 1 team of Myra Coyle and John Tomlinson. Dirty Money Racing, Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn in that cockpit. WHM Motorsports, the irrepressible Billy Moff and Jay Muller. Wicked, that's manned by Chase Muller and Jax Muller. They are Jay Muller's sons. CR Racing Insurance, Rob Undersull and Casey Boaz. Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claim Consultants in their first race, Christian McCauley and Anthony Smith. And last but not least, Gradle, CJ Grant Racing with Chris Grant and Billy Moore.
Of course, Billy Moore we saw run in Class 1 earlier today. Right now, I think maybe the advantage would probably go to Johnny Tomlinson, simply because he was out here with TS Motorsports in our last race in 450, and he saw how these conditions really changed from when he was out here with Class 1. So he may have called in and said, hey, guys, let's lift it out and make a quick change if we needed to.
And that chop looks like it's picked up a little bit. I see some white caps now here, so it might be a tick rougher. I was also looking out of the window while we were at break there. The breeze has picked up, a little more wind than we had a little bit earlier today, so conditions are changing
a little bit
from that previous race.
Yeah, and they're going to change probably throughout the afternoon. The cold front came through, changed the wind direction. It was coming west-southwest, so it was blowing off of the beach before, but now it definitely looks like it's maybe coming a little bit more northeast maybe from what we can tell, but hard to say here in Cocoa Beach. Great weekend it's been here all weekend long. We had a huge block party on Friday night. We had Class 1 qualifying and bracket class racing yesterday with a great super stock race, and here we are today with our last and final race. P1 sponsors Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Myco Trailers, Abyss Batteries, ICOM, X Insurance, and Good Boy Vodka. This race would not be possible without the help of local sponsors. Of course, Caltech, the presenting sponsor of Thunder on Cocoa Beach. You've got RCR Construction, Cape Marina Port Canaveral, JT Social Bar, C-Ray, FPL, BG Kitchen and Bath, Butt Racks, Custom Airboat Seats, Coconuts on the Beach, Juice and Java Cafe, and Mr. OG, your local sponsors here in Cocoa Beach. A great group, as I mentioned earlier. I don't know who I want to pick to win. I think I'm in favor of Dirty Money just because of their run in Marathon. They were really the ones that put it to MCon Monster Energy. Matt, what are your thoughts?
Well, Mike, if there was anyone to replace Tyler Miller in the MCon Monster Energy boat, it was John Tomlinson, because John Tomlinson and Myra Coyle, driver of the boat, they won back-to-back world championships in 2016 and 2017 in the class.
In a 388
Skater 388. Yep. So they're already comfortable together. They know what each one knows what the other guy's going to do.
Okay, so is that your pick? Okay,
Yeah,
well, I
that's
want
my
to get to Ken's pick, too, before.
Oh, I'm not smart enough to have a pick.
No,
you got to have a pick.
That's the best pick to have because you know nothing. You can base it upon looks for all I care.
Well, if I'm going to base it on anything, it would be how they finished up a year ago, and that's MCON. So, how do you go against the reigning champs? And you talked about Tomlinson having a little bit of info coming in here.
Yep.
So we'll see how things shake out. But I had a chance to stand next to that boat last night, and it's just absolutely gorgeous.
Dirty Money is going to be on the pole. It should be CR Racing, X Insurance, then Graydell CJ Grant, them MCON Monster Energy, WHM, Wicked, and Team Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants. Matt, the biggest unknown variable here to me is that Team Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants. They raced in Key West, but they did it just to get some experience in the boat and go kind of run around. They went to Marathon, had major mechanical issues in Marathon, were able to get the engines put back together, but Anthony Smith is still trying to get this boat figured out. And as I mentioned yesterday in our broadcast, Anthony Smith is a great throttle man, and I believe one of the most underrated throttle men in the business.
Yeah, it'll
and
be
we got to. Oh, we're going green flag, going racing for the final time here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. What a beautiful start, Super Cat. You talk about engines, you'll be able to hear them shortly. That's WHM. There's Hancock Farnsworth. There's Dirty Money. There's MCON Monster Energy. Somebody already getting swallowed up in the rooster tails, and it looks like it's Graydell CJ Grant, who had a mechanical issue yesterday, actually overheated a motor. Nope, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. There's CJ Grant. They are on the outside. That's Wicked there, getting swallowed up just a little bit. WHM, though, what a start. Look at MCON Monster Energy. They're pouring it on the outside. A 9-lap event here on the Atlantic Ocean. And the two boats who checked out in Marathon have hooked up again, Matt. They're running side by side to turn number one.
They look like they're tied together.
And you can hear them sailing by our booth as well, as you were talking about it before. Naturally aspirated power plants at full song. This is awesome stuff here. Look at the speed they are carrying. These things, I mean, honestly, the MCON boat, it's the same size as their Class 1 boat.
Yeah, pretty much. I talked to Rob and Casey from CR Racing, X Insurance earlier, and they said, we're going to be on the outside, and we feel really confident about being able to go into that turn and just hold the power on and maybe able to motor around the outside. Dirty Money on the inside, MCON Monster in the middle, CR Racing on the outside. Dirty Money sets into the corner. There goes MCON Monster in tow right behind them. That gives Dirty Money the lead briefly. There goes Hancock Farnsworth on the inside. There's WHM. All these guys have grouped back up, and it was actually Graydell that ended up with the lead in the turn, about halfway through the turn. Matt and Ken, this team overheated their their port engine yesterday to the point where they had to break it down to the cylinder heads to make sure that nothing was damaged. So they practically rebuilt the boat inside of the engine. But there are the two skaters, Dirty Money and MCON. All of these boats equally matched, 388 skaters with each individual power. You have HRE in Graydell. You have Goodwin, who is their new motor builder in Dirty Money, and of course Sterling in MCON Monster, running now currently in third.
Ironically enough, Goodwin also builds engines short course off-road racing, and they won yesterday. So good day for them in short course off-road.
Ken, you called it with the weather exactly right. This is a great shot now, looking almost due east off of the beach, and those white caps are out there. So it did bump up a little bit. And it's going to be probably, looks like a quartering sea maybe to their port side. But what a race between Dirty Money and MCON. That is Graydell, who is leading this group down into the dogleg. Whoop, and Britt and Billy
getting washed out.
Yeah, Britt and Billy had to cut around back to the outside. Now, they do have air ducted directly to the motor on these boats, and they do want to avoid doing that at all costs because they are going to be hosing down the engines when that. A great shot of the dogleg there. That's WHM. I can't quite tell who that is on the inside.
Also
That's
gives
a
you
strong
a good
dogleg.
look at how strong they have to turn the boat.
Yeah,
to the
I
left.
didn't think that dogleg was that strong. Sometimes a dogleg is just kind of a jog back out to the other side, but that's almost a true left-hand turn there that they have to make, and that was a good shot. I didn't realize it, but see how short of a run now it is to that pin there, which is going to be the start of turn number 2.
Yeah, so it's a left and almost immediately back to a right here.
Yep, exactly. Let's see who goes into the lead. It was Graydell, CJ Grant. They were leading going into the turn. Somebody jumped through a rooster tail again. I'm guessing it was probably Dirty Money.
Max speed here for this class?
Probably today I would give them about $120 maybe. They're about 140 mile an hour boats. And they may see 125 just because it's a good shot. The boat will be able to get up on top. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with setup. This is a huge setup class as well. We mentioned earlier that the boat can come to them or the boat can go away from them. Boat can get too light, burn off too much fuel, get too flighty, and then you have to start running a more negative setup and scrubbing off some speed. sometimes it can be really slow at the start of the race, really sluggish, not accelerating or doing what they want. And then when it kind of starts to burn stuff off, it gets a little bit lighter, and they can get it up on top. But CJ Grant leading with Chris Grant and Billy Moore, MCon Monster Energy in tow. And Matt, it looks like Dirty Money is now on the inside of this group. But what a run for Chris and Billy.
Yeah, and they needed it. They've been coming on strong. Billy had a disappointment, earlier today, with Class 1.
You probably shouldn't have said anything.
I just said they needed it.
Okay. Well, you said he had a disappointment early on. You don't, okay. We'll move on from that. Good luck, Billy. We're good.
You're very superstitious, aren't you?
I am superstitious.
Okay.
Totally superstitious.
Battleship Gray on the front of that one.
He's from Canada. Hey. But Chris Grant, a great guy, been around the sport for some years, and another 388 skater. Kind of surprised to see this, though. I don't know if getting hosed down, if that maybe slowed Dirty Money just a little bit, and now they have kind of really fallen off the pace. But look at the charge by MCon Monster Energy. Johnny Tomlinson and Myra Coyle picking up where they left off in 2017.
Oh, wow.
Committing to that outside line all the way around.
Nasty. It's real nasty in that corner. And Ken, this is where they're going to probably start having issues because, they'll pack more air with the breeze up under the boat, so they're going to have to really get the boat to suck down and set into the corner so it doesn't get real flighty. When they run these boats and when they turn them, they say in the straightaway that the boat is the throttle man's boat, right? The driver doesn't want to turn the wheel, and there's some videos out there if you look on YouTube. Bob Teague and Paul Whittier would take his hands off the wheels, not like completely off, but he wouldn't touch the steering wheel because anytime the drives move, it's going to scrub speed. They set the boat into the corner, so what they'll do is they slow down and the boat adheres down to the water, and then they turn it. The boats ride so high out of the water that they tried to turn it at max speed, it just wouldn't go anywhere because there's nothing in the water. The other thing that's different about these is how they'll throttle the boat. Since these are naturally aspirated engine, there's bottom end torque, but there's no snap, right? There's no instant go. So when you see them turn, they'll go around the apex of the turn, and then you'll see the rooster tails come up. Yeah. They'll actually trim the drives up, get the RPMs up, and then when the boat straightens out and they feel it kind of pick up where they want it to be, they'll bump the drives down just a skosh to get the props to bite and continue to accelerate. They just want to keep the RPMs up, kind of just like a twin turbo motor, just because that's where they're making all of their power. But what a great run for Graydale. Here is Billy Moff, WHM. I believe he is running currently in 4th place. Of course, Jay Muller's got his sons out there in Wicked. We saw them take the sport. 45 or 46 years, Billy said he's been doing this to me yesterday at the crane area.
He's had some interesting events in Cocoa Beach. I think
he has.
A few years back he wore a buoy for a while.
A buoy. It's $3,000 if you hit a buoy.
Yes, read that.
Yep.
And they're big. By the way.
And apparently expensive.
And expensive is what they are.
Right.
A good visual there of the intake.
Yep. And every boat is going to be different here, right? They run the scoop on top, right? And they keep a very low profile, no scoops on the deck, right? So that's to get cleaner air up towards the top of the boat. Dirty Money has actually holes in the deck. And when I say holes, I mean there are a bunch of little holes that are ducking air right across the deck down in the engine compartment. Some teams have tubes going right to the carburetor and to the flame arrestor. Mm-hmm. It really just all depends on – it's a lot of preference more than anything else. It's just how the owner wants to set up the boat and protect it. Again, they've got the scoop on the top, but I don't think Monster Energy MCon has the scoop on the top. I think they're just engine hatches.
You just mentioned something else. You just said carburetor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So not fuel-injected power plants.
Nope, one of a true carbureted race class, which to me, they were talking about setting the carburetors up on Dirty Money last night. That's an art. An art form is to be able to tune a carburetor and to be able to run right. And Tyler Crockett said, hey, Dirty Money asked me to help them with their carburetor. I was like, well, they picked the perfectly right guy to do it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, those are magicians, too.
Oh, for sure. Graydale CJ Grant continues to lead in Super Cat. Looks like the Taylor Sism Motorhome. Looks like a Meade Family Racing member there catching our broadcast live. Hey, guys down there at the MTI camp. Hope you're getting to enjoy the broadcast.
One of the locals there flying overhead with a bird's eye view.
Yep, exactly. Now look at this. Look at CR Racing and X Insurance. They are now making up just a little bit of ground on Dirty Money. Matt, I definitely think that spray down had some sort of an effect on Dirty Money because I really thought they would be running with this group a little bit closer than what they are. It's not that they're not close, right? But they're just not where I expected them to be.
They're close, but they're not on the hip anymore. They were on the hip for a little while there.
So, Ken, a lot of these boats have a lot of history, right? They've changed hands. WHM has been owned by Billy Moth, the original owner, since it's been bought. That's an MTI, boat number 9, Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants. That boat's had, who owned that boat before Chuck did?
Oh, boy, I don't know about that, but I know it won a world championship with Chuck.
Way up in the air.
Got a little bit of a flight there. See, they're catching that breeze now. Now that breeze is picked up.
You had talked about it before. They're going to pack air going into this turn number 1. They're also going to go into the waves there, as we talked about before, and try to, and they'll be hooking, if you will, into that right-hander. So an opportunity, I don't want to say good opportunity, but an opportunity to really get a bunch of bite there, put that thing up on the side.
Well, yeah, and they'll slide through the corners just like NASCAR. You know how it slides up to the wall. These will slide through the corners. They need to be very careful not to catch the outside rear port corner of the boat, because that's what will cause them to high side. It'll skip, and if you hit one that's a couple inches taller than the next one, just letting it go a little, hanging out there a little too much, you'll catch it and you'll high side it. And you can see, Billy Moth, he kind of turned down into it a little bit. The boat kind of leaned to the starboard side just a bit to try and keep that corner up. But, a lot of these boats have changed hands over the years. The Graydale boat was raced by the MCON team for a year before Chris Grant bought it. Before that, that was AMH Construction. Before that, it was a steel boat. So some of these boats in this class have been around for quite some time, much like the Class 1. And you were talking to Mark about the abuse and the physical wear and tear on the hulls and how much work gets done to them. Dirty Money now looks like to be making up a little bit of ground on MCON Monster Energy, as they are both chasing down CJ Grant.
Maybe getting that thing cleaned up a little bit after a full lap.
Coming back to him, just a little bit, maybe getting a little bit lighter, getting a little bit more speed out of it. Of course, Britt Lilly and Billy Pyburn. Billy Pyburn, coming over from the poker run world, built a handful of skaters called Pure Platinum and ran those on a poker run circuit for years, and then came over and started racing with Bo and his wife Tiffany as they established this team, Dirty Money.
And that's where Billy Pyburn got to know Todd Goodwin at Goodman Competition.
Yep, exactly.
Building, monster motors, extreme motors for the Pure Platinum series catamarans.
2,000 horsepower motors.
Bill Pyburn feels like this is absolutely in Todd Goodwin's wheelhouse, building a race engine spec, 800 horsepower.
That race in the desert that get the stuff beat out of them, with the sand in the air and the dirt bouncing around.
Yeah, Todd's been in the game for a long, long time. He's extremely intelligent, very, very good at what he does. And I agree. I mean, these engines here are really put to the test because they never get a break.
Nope.
I mean, talk about a desert engine. There are times where they can throttle that thing back, run it at 75, 80% because, again, they want to go 1,000, 1,200 miles and take care of it. But out here, these things are under just max stress the entire time.
Well, they don't have a transmission, right? Even trophy trucks have a transmission to get through the gears, which will reduce the torque stress on the engine, as you get higher up in the RPMs. They're not doing that here. I mean, these are just running a constant steady RPM all the way up, to 75. I think it's 75 or 7 grand the entire race. There's no downshifting, right? There's no reduction of torque, and you've got to throttle them, right? Every time I reference throttling a boat to driving on ice, right? You get on an icy patch and your tires start to spin. Well, if the tires start to spin and you hit dry asphalt, it torques the system so much that it's just going to break things. Well, throttling these boats is the exact same thing. That prop starts to aerate. It gets a little bit loose. You don't want that torque when it hits the water to snap back on it. But it's a fine line of just aerating the prop, right? Just causing see those little spikes of water there? Those are like little burps. Just a little bit of air getting to the prop. You don't want to lift for those because then you're scrubbing speed. But you'll get these bigger leaps just like that, where you see the boat come out of the water. That's one where you'll lift out just a little bit and get the boat to set back down and continue to accelerate forward.
Oh, these things sound wicked.
Halfway point of this Super Cat race here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec. I will, no disrespect to Chris Grant and Billy Moore, but I did not expect to see Graydale up front. They were not really kind of on the radar. I think they're running somewhat older power from Key West. They have new engines being built, but they definitely did come in here with like a Supreme engine package, a brand new engine package, but they got out to the early lead and they're getting to run their race and control this race course. Right now they can get really Dirty Money and MCON to do whatever they want them to do. They can keep making them run wide, and if their spotters are behind them, they're telling them what CR is doing, and if CR is going to make up any ground, if they need to tighten it up a little bit. But this could start to be a battle here. I'm starting to see something come together with these two.
Dirty Money is definitely gaining.
I think so. I definitely think so.
Let's close that gap, no doubt. MCON hanging right in there. But
Oh, yeah.
I do agree with you, though. I mean, the leaders having that option to do whatever it is that they need to do can kind of control the boats behind them. Dirty Money just
had
got
to do that again.
washed out again, man.
And I think that's what caused their issue before, was getting hosed down. And maybe they just slowed down, kind of reset just a little bit. They knew they had a little bit more speed. They recomposed themselves and they got back on it. It's unnerving, as you could imagine, to go through a rooster tail because you lose all vision, you lose all sight, you can't see anything. There's Rain-X on the windshield to try and get the water off as quickly as you can, but you do have to lift a little bit. And a boat, if it's close enough, not in this situation, but a boat will actually ride up on a rooster tail. That rooster tail will pack up underneath the tunnel and pick it up. So it's kind of unnerving to do that. MCON Monster Energy will now, they control the dogleg. They're well enough ahead. But see, they lost it again now. It's about 3 rooster tail lengths, I think, behind since they got hosed down. So it's definitely, I think, having an adverse effect on Dirty Money. And it's not something MCON is doing wrong. They're just running their race, and Dirty Money's running out of room. It happens in road racing. They just don't get hosed down nearly as they just get covered in salt water.
Yeah.
Fresh water's fine. It'll just rinse everything off. But that is a pretty steep dogleg. I didn't quite realize how much of a turn that was.
From this angle, you really see it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if more boats were closer to the inside of this group, they would have a better chance going in there. There is boat number 6, Wicked. That is a Motion. I believe that's probably the oldest boat in the class. That boat has been around a long time. It has
40 Motion.
Yeah, it has a very interesting history, to say the least. We won't get quite into that, but we can tell some stories about that boat right there. Of course, Chase Muller and Jax Muller, their dad is Jay Muller. They're from Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey. They got their feet wet in Super Cat a couple of years ago. Was their first race Key West?
Yes,
it was Key West. Okay.
And I believe that made them the youngest not fudged age group people to ever run in Key West. I can't say that people who are younger haven't run there, because I heard later that people have, but the ages were sort of smudged under a different regime.
Yep. And Jay Muller, who is throttling for Billy Moff, he is a very versatile throttle man as well. He's throttled Super Shock, he's throttled Mod Vs before, he's done bracket class racing before. He's really covered all the bases of racing. His boys have run in Class 7 before. They've run in a couple of different classes as well, so he's trying to pass it along. I know they're big into motocross and riding dirt bikes. Big flyer there for somebody. Hard to tell who that was.
Trying to figure out who chopped that corner off.
That looks like Gradell out there, though. Why?
Somebody chopped the inside of that corner off and got a lot closer.
Yeah, so that's Gradell there. They went out super duper wide and then took a big flyer. Now MCON Monster Energy
got the inside.
Yeah, it looks like they've made up a tremendous amount of ground on the inside.
And if they have the inside going into effectively turn number 1 here and can maintain that, instead of going outside like they've had to do in the previous couple of laps, they might be able to close it up even more.
I think Britt and Billy might be a little bit faster overall than Dirty Money, Matt. And I think the reason we're seeing them jump around so much is they're just trying to find their line. I think we just got word though from race control that MCON Monster Energy has taken the lead in Super Cat. We can't quite see that from our vantage point. But
see if we can see where that Gradell boat is. But it went really, really wide and opened up the door for these guys to straighten the line up a little bit and take advantage of it.
That big flyer didn't help either.
No, not by any means. But that means that hole is somewhere for it. Yep, there. That is true. Okay. Yeah, but Gradell's going to look back inside. He knows he can run a tight line. I think that's how he was doing it before. So he's going to look down in there and see what he can find. But now Johnny and Myrick, they're going to protect that inside line a lot. I think that's where they know they want to be, and they're going to force these guys outside. And if they do that, they're just going to continue scrubbing all speed, taking the longer way around the course.
So I guess the question would be, why so wide in that final turn there in the previous lap after having control of this race?
It could have been any number of things. It could have been the flyer. They could have hit something. They could have taken a weird through the turn. I mean, these boats are hopping around a little bit more than what we had anticipated. So it could have been anything that happened in the turn. They just couldn't get set in enough time. We've heard that Wicked have dropped off the pace on the backside of the course. Not sure what Gradell, who has led for the first half of this race, has now found themselves in third, playing catch up to Dirty Money and MCON Monster Energy, who Matt have picked up right where they left off in 2023.
Yeah, they're good together, and I know that Johnny called Myrick and he said, "Hey, how's the new boat running?" He goes, "It's like our old boat, only it's faster."
And now it's going to be 2 against 1 because both of you picked MCON Monster Energy.
Well, at least we did put money on it.
How do you know? FanDuel. You never know. Who won Preakness yesterday, by the way?
Do not know.
I was watching it for a while, but it wasn't Mystic Dan. I think we'd heard if it was.
I was at
Mystic
the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and then I was with my good friends from Southwest for a number of hours.
Real tight with those people. Ooh, look at that, another big flyer by Graydale. So it's definitely bumping up. And I wonder if they went with a faster, maybe a little bit lighter of a setup. And as this race is winding down, we have about 3 laps left. Maybe they're just getting too flighty and too all over the place, and they've really had to suck it in. I think that's wicked there with fast response towing.
Looks like, yes.
Yeah, as they went down with a mechanical issue. I know they were having some electrical gremlins that they got figured out yesterday. There is WHM, and behind them should be Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants, which I think now, Matt, knowing Anthony Smith as well as I do, I think this, not before Lotto, but I think before we head out to Sheboygan, I think this boat's going to get quite a bit of work done. This is an older boat, so the Hancock Farnsworth boat, the boat we're looking at right now, actually flipped in Cocoa Beach in 2000 and maybe 16?
Yeah.
Maybe 16.
The year after they won the World Championship.
Super duper rough. And that boat went back, had a whole new deck put on it. They ripped the old deck off, put a whole new deck on it with a new canopy. Of course, the 388 Skater right now getting it done of MCon Monster Energy. There is Dirty Money. They look closer than they appear, about maybe 2 Rooster Tail lengths behind now, and Graydale behind them. So an interesting fact about Skater powerboats is that, mold is how you build a boat. Well, Peter Ledden, who owns Skater, has molds for all the bottoms, but he doesn't have molds for the decks. All the decks are completely hand-tooled, basically to the customer specifications to what they want the boat to do, of either cockpit size or deck design or whatever they want. So again, it's what I mentioned earlier about it's a tremendous amount of man hours into building one of these boats. And the Dirty Money boat, if we're talking about race boats, used to be a boat called Clovar. It was owned by a guy named Randy Keys, and it got into an accident last year heading to Michigan City, Indiana, where the truck actually hydroplaned and lost control, and the whole truck and boat and trailer flipped over, laid up on the side of the road. Bo Redfro and his wife Tiffany bought the boat, sent it to Skater, ripped the deck off of it, put a new deck on it, and that's Dirty Money now. So that boat has been, of course, after the old Dirty Money boat, Matt had their own incident in Michigan City, Indiana. They actually went up and tripped and went down and stuffed and ripped the whole front half of the boat off.
It basically looked as if they broke the boat in half.
It did. It was a pretty violent wreck. They were okay, luckily,
yeah,
but
they were fine.
It just destroyed it. As Graydale now currently runs in third, lap 6 of 9. I looked up right as it came up. I saw something pop up, and I was like, oh, look at that. Lap 6 of 9 left in Super Cat. Graydale currently running in third. I believe that should put, CR Racing X Insurance in fourth. Of course, Casey Boaz, Matt, ran with Derek Kittredge in North Wing yesterday.
And finished second.
Yep. Good run for that super stock team. See, there's a whole other group of racers you missed yesterday. Wait till you put them all in one day and have to do it. We had 12 super stock teams out here yesterday.
I mean, I love it that the sport is strong. Whoa!
Hello.
So that is the old Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's 388 Skater that Johnny Tomlinson and Myra Cole used to run in their last season together. That boat was 2017, I want to say.
18, I believe.
18, okay.
And then they went to the MTI in 19. And
you're right.
20 was scrubbed, and then in 2021, Performance Boat Center got out of Super Cat.
Yep. The reason that canopy looks bigger than anything else is that's actually a 4-seater boat, so there's 2 seats behind the 2 driver seats, and Mark Waddington and Brett, who own Performance Boat Center, built it as kind of a, like wanting to take customers for a demo ride or something when they built it. That was a very successful fast boat. And I know Casey and Rob really enjoy it. They're also working on their engine program and getting their engines figured out. It's all about the engine builders in this class, and Sterling is no doubt sits at the top. They've been a dominating engine manufacturer. Mike DeAnnabelle has done great, but we're starting to see these other companies start to come into it. You got Gasse now running engines. You've got Goodwin who's come up into it. You've got Frank from Scorpion who's building engines, and each one of them have their own little niches and tricks to make these engines last and run. And most teams have a set of 2 spares in their trucks in case anything happens.
By the way, if you're wondering what Fish Lips is, I believe that was an official restaurant here of the weekend as well.
Had dinner there last night. We'll be doing the awards there today at 6 p.m.
Drivers meeting there this morning. I'm glad you brought that up. I thought our people might be wondering out in the audience, Fish Lips. What on earth
Where
is
did you see
that?
Where did you see that?
It was
it's on the side of the boat.
Yeah.
That's okay. You couldn't see the laps. I couldn't see the name on the side of the boat, so it's washed each other out as far as I'm concerned.
We're a team, man.
It's working good. It's working good. WHM, I believe, is running in 5th place right now. Rumor on the street is there is a new boat on order for this team.
There is.
There is, and it may be done by the end of this year.
I talked to Billy Moff about that. The boat he's running right now is his older boat, and he was really pleased with the rigging job that he had completely re-rigged in the offseason that CK Motorsports in Michigan did. He couldn't have been happier, and you know how Billy is. He's a demanding guy.
You know, the funny part is that boat's, I think that boat was built in 2013 or 14.
It's a 40.
It's almost 10 years old. Never realized that with that. But I remember being at Jay's house for a Lake of Pakong race, and he showed me the drawings of it in his house. And I think that was right around 2012 or 2013. Here is Gradell currently running in 3rd. They don't really look any different. There is the team.
Look at them. They're happy.
Well, maybe a little less happy now than they were a couple of minutes ago,
happy.
but they do look pretty happy.
Successful outing. I mean, no doubt about it.
I mean, yeah, to get on the podium, you're not going to win. You don't lose the championship. You don't win the championship in the first race. You can certainly not help yourself win it, but to be on the podium for the first race is a great way to go. And you know, they've proven they have the speed to run up front. Look, they beat, inevitably, they were outrunning the 2 fastest boats in the fleet. I just think it was kind of a series of issues there. And you can see how cut down the deck is. See, no scoop on top of MCON. They've actually got 2 side scoops on their hatch and then 2 very small scoops on their rear hatch that accrete the vacuum through the back of the boat. There's not many. There's some of the boats actually run a flap on the back of the boat because they want to exhaust the air out. They're forcing so much in. They've got to exhaust the air out. But there is boat number 3, Dirty Money Racing, Billy Pyburn and Britt Lilly. Of course, Billy Pyburn now has a 50 MTI center console. Saw it in Sarasota for the first time last year. Absolutely beautiful boat. I asked him yesterday, I said, Billy, you getting back into cat boats? And he said, nope, like the MTI too much. It's just a nice boat. Yep.
I believe it's called Extreme Platinum.
I think so, yeah. It's a platinum of some sort.
You know, we were talking about Billy Moff earlier in that boat. That I remember that boat won the World Championship in 2018.
Yep.
It beat out Performance Boat Center.
Yep.
In its Gator 388.
Yep. So it'll be interesting to see who ends up with that boat once their new boat gets complete.
It will be out on the race course, you know.
I hope so. Yeah, I definitely hope so. There's not that many. The only Super Cat we're missing here this weekend is Roland Transport.
Yeah, Vinny had some engine issues.
Yep.
And, you know, he's working on them.
I think he'll definitely be in Lotto because that's kind of a hometown race for him as well. That's another Super Cat boat. It's built by a manufacturer called Outer Limits. It's the only Outer Limits that runs in the class. And it's taken, actually, Vinny rolled over here. Oh, what year was that?
Was that the rough year?
No, it wasn't a rough year. It was another rough year, but it wasn't that rough year. He actually turned around turn number 2 and started coming back up the beach and took a weird flyer and then very slowly just rolled the boat up on its side. We all thought it was going to fall back over, and then it just rolled over.
You know,
I think it ended up on the beach.
It did, but there's a Gradell team again. You know, despite Vinny's issues in the last race in Marathon, they finished 3rd.
Yep. So they're definitely getting that boat figured out and working towards it. Tell a little story about Chris Grant. So when the hurricane hit Fort Myers and the west coast of Florida and destroyed Fort Myers and Sanibel Island, you know, there was a shortage on building materials that were really preventing people from making their homes secured or securing their stuff. And Chris Grant, of his own fruition, with his own money, shipped, it was an 18-wheeler full of plywood down here, right?
Yeah, it was. I forget the square footage. I think it might have been 40,000 square feet of plywood. I don't remember. I wrote the story, but you wouldn't think about it necessarily unless you deal with hurricanes all the time. Plywood is a hugely important element to repair. Just, you know, keep the weather from coming into your home.
Didn't ask for anything for it. Just shipped it on down here. Of course, Michael Stancomb.
That's super cool.
Yeah, Michael Stancomb did a lot of work with getting materials down to him. Here is Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants. I think Christian and Anthony can walk away and have a good day with this race. Again, this is their first time really running this boat at speed. Unfortunately, this boat has sat for a couple of years, so it's it's not dated, if you would, but I think it definitely needs some updating. And I was talking to Anthony. I think he's already got some ideas. It is one of the shorter boats in the fleet, which is not necessarily a disadvantage, but I know he really wants to work on some weight and the center of gravity and moving things around in this MTI. But Grant Bruggerman, who ran GC Racing in the 450 factory stock race, raced this boat with Chuck Brodus the last time and won the World Championship with him.
Yeah, the boat can win. There's no question about that.
We are winding down. I think we're going to be almost on the last lap of Super Cat.
A couple laps to go, and you guys are talking about Gradell and CJ Grant. They did finish second in the points a year ago, so certainly a very competitive team and very, very capable.
And I think, Matt, this is where Gradell won their first race.
Yeah, and as Mike alluded to earlier, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy than Chris Grant. He is a true gentleman. He's generous. He is low-key.
We need a statistician. I thought that was going to be your job last year. You were going to be like the history, look-up guy. So when I said, I think Gradell won for the first time here, you could look it up and go, oh, yeah, you're right, Mike. Good job.
I don't know if they won for the first time or not. I can't answer that one, but it looks like they won at Sarasota last year.
Where did you get all this information from? Did you make this up yourself?
I just printed some stuff out.
There you go.
That's impressive. I don't even know where to print it. I couldn't even look it up.
Fish lips.
There's fish lips again. Yep.
Buy me a beer later.
Night.
You got it. I'll buy you a beer, Ken.
Of course, they're running a Go Fast boat service. That's Andy Sanders. Opened up his own rigging company after being with Performance Boat Center, and he's actually starting to maintain quite a few race boats out here on the fleet. And I forget now. Casey told me this morning that HP Mafia was the last group to work on the motors in CR Racing X Insurance. Of course, these two used to race Super Stock, won a couple of world championships there.
They did.
Got out of that class and moved up to Super Cat.
I know this would seem obvious, but I was still super impressed when I was doing homework on the drivers and throttlemen in the Class 1, and as we talked about the crossover here, but how many people are intimately involved in building boats, both pleasure and performance boats, for anybody that would want to go in. I mean, these guys, they're not just here driving these things. They make their living in this industry.
Well, for example, the last boat we saw was MCon Monster Energy. Myrick is he's not the service manager. He's the service shop manager. I forget but Myrick Coyle works at Performance Boat Center, and he's one of the higher-ups in the service department within there. So he's going to go home tomorrow or tonight whenever he flies home, and he's going to go start working on customer boats.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's Myrick. The story on Myrick was he had moved to Osage Beach, and one of his friends took him to the shootout, and he fell in love with the sport. Yep. He was actually working in a completely different industry at the time and wanted to get involved here, went to a vocational school, started to learn how to do this, actually got into a competition, won that national competition, and then got involved with one of the teams and worked his way up to crew chief on the boat. I mean, he really dug in once he saw what they were doing out there at the shootout.
Yeah, he got involved with a gentleman named Dave Scott, who was
correct. Yes.
They
won a bunch of national titles.
Very big in the early
absolutely.
2000s, and just a brilliant racer.
He was he had like an MCon sized team. He had a couple of boats.
Yeah.
He ran all the extreme classes though. He ran big power, super duper horsepower classes.
But it really paid his dues. I mean, it was very impressive to read the story.
And he's got hooked up with a good group at Performance Boat Center. They've realized his potential. So it used to be called Matt, if you remember, Naughty Marine Solution. Used to be Dave Scott's basically like rigging company that was taking care of the boat. And Performance Boat Center absorbed or bought Naughty Marine Solutions from Dave, and then Myrick came on board with them. And Myrick was immediately put up to the top of the service department. Very talented guy, very good rigger, very good mechanic. He actually bass fishes in his part-time. That's his hobby.
I think Dave was getting older and started putting him in the boat a little bit. I think he drove with Tomlinson.
He did.
For a bit too. So a great guy to be with.
You did your homework. You're right.
Last lap for this Super Cat race, and I can tell you, while you guys were talking, Monster Energy MCon, they took a couple flyers. They set it down on the back, so it's definitely starting to kick up just a little bit. We've got cloud cover now moved over top of us.
And you talked about it before. They're burning fuel load off, so the boat's getting lighter every lap.
Now, the only thing that's allowed to come off of that boat when they go to the crane is the driver and throttleman. Helmet, gear, everything have to stay on it, so when it comes out, it makes its minimum weight requirements.
And minimum weight for this class is? Do you know?
6. I don't know right off the top of my head. 6,700? Maybe. I don't know right off the top of my head.
11,750 for Class 1, but I don't know about the Super Cats. So
Yeah, Matt, you're right. I think it's closer to 8 because they're not that much lighter because they're not that much different of a boat than what you see in Class 1. Good run for Dirty Money for Billy Pyburn and Britt Lilly. So, Ken, they actually on the last lap, Matt, or the second to last lap, ran out of gas in Marathon, Florida. And it was a couple of variables that happened there. First off, at that race, they milled. So this is something you haven't gotten to see yet. But in offshore powerboat racing, before the start of your race, you mill. So you go in a counterclockwise circle around the pace boat while they secure the course or other racers come out. And then you get up onto they get you up on a plane and then you go racing. Well, they milled for not an extended amount of time, but a pretty long time, I think, in Marathon. I think that burned off some extra fuel. And I can't verify this, but longer of a course because it's real windy down there, and I think some buoys had moved around. It was a longer course. So they actually ran out of fuel, and that's a pretty rare thing to do because you have to meet weight coming out. So you calculate what you need to run based upon the weight you need to come out. You know exactly how much fuel you need to put in that boat, and if you run out of fuel, even if you run out of fuel going back to the crane, just idling back in, there's a potential to be underweight there because you've removed weight you thought would be in the boat.
Yeah, but I don't think that happened to them. I just think that they still were legal, but they lost.
They didn't. Yeah, nothing happened to them.
I was surprised talking to Steve Curtis how close. I mean, they're literally about 1%. He said we try to get about 100 pounds over. I mean, that's 1% of the Class 1. I mean, they run it really close.
And they know exactly where they need to be. They've got it all logged for their for the different races and the different conditions and the different places that we go to do this and. It's a science, right? I mean, there's a lot of technology to this. The technology on Dirty Money is amazing. I really wanted to get a chance to climb up in and look at it this weekend. I wasn't able to do so, but a lot of technology. So Grant Bruggerman started doing this a while ago, especially in Pro Floors. He put the same gauges in Pro Floors that NASCAR used to run, the LED backlit gauges, and he really adopted a lot of technology. Well, the technology we're seeing now in these boats is coming from NASCAR, for example, in GC Racing. I believe Grant has a system that it doesn't tell him his lap times, but it lights up based upon his lap times of where he is on the course. That way he knows if he's losing speed or making up speed. The technology that we're starting to see, and you're right, we're running carbureted motors. We're not even running fuel injected on one of the biggest fleets in offshore powerboat racing, but we're getting a display on a gauge that shows everything that the motor's doing. The technology's really is evolving in this sport. And Class 1, don't get me wrong, Class 1 is doing the same thing. I know that Gary Stray, who's the team manager for Morpheus, they're putting sensors all over the boat. They're starting to see how that boat is twisting and moving and what it's doing to see where the stressors are on the hull and what's happening with it. So a lot of technology here. Big flyer there again. That was a trailing C. Now they're running with whatever they were, so they just stepped down into a hole. No ballast in these boats whatsoever either. They used to run ballast in cat boats a long time ago, but nothing now. They just run their weight bags. They've got weight usually in the middle, very front, in the back, around the engines, and it's just lead shot in a bag. It's all it is, and they'll just move it around in either 25 or 50-pound bag increments to what they want the boat to do.
Through that final turn, headed now for the final stripe.
Monster Energy Mile for one last time for MCon Monster Energy. They are going to be your unofficial winners in Super Cat. After not the best start, and they were battling with Dirty Money, and they were trying to chase down Graydale, but they were able to do so. So JT and Myrick kind of picking up where they left off last time they raced together in Supercat. Congratulations to MCon Monster Energy. Unofficial winners in Supercat. Dirty Money should come across the line in second. Good run for Britt and Billy. Definitely going to go back and do some homework and get this skater figured out before we head out to the Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Graydale should come across in third. And I believe CR Racing X Insurance was in fourth, I believe. But we will get an update on finishing orders very shortly. Of course, Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing. Sponsors one more time for P1, Monster Energy, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Myco Trailers, Abyss Batteries, ICOM X Insurance, and Good Boy Vodka. Couldn't happen here in Cocoa Beach without the help of Kerry Bartlett, Kevin Pruitt, their entire staff. They've done a great job. Keltec, their presenting sponsor. RCR Construction, Cape Marina, Port Canaveral, JT Social Bar, JJ Turk, saw him out here racing, C-Ray, FPL, BG Kitchen and Bath, Butch Racks Custom Boat, Airboat Seats, Coconuts on the Beach, Juice and Java Cafe, Mr. OG. Also have to give a shout out to all the municipalities that help these races happen. You have the Coast Guard, you have the police, you have fire departments, paramedic, EMS. Without all of these people providing assets out here in the water, we wouldn't be able to do this. Coast Guard's been sitting over there with Dale and Lisa Owens in race control all weekend, monitoring everything. It's a huge, huge asset to have them on board. And lastly but not least, always have to thank our military services, our Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. We would not be allowed to do what we get to do on the weekends, Ken, in your world or in our world if it weren't for our armed forces. So we always thank those who are currently serving and those who have served for everything they've done for this country.
We also need to thank that herd of volunteers.
Of course,
who've been
yes.
here all weekend and just giving of themselves to make it happen for Cocoa Beach.
It takes a village to put this stuff on. I think they said they had volunteers come from far as Arizona.
It is a massive undertaking.
It is a big thing.
No question.
And then the poor scorers who are sitting on that pro line center console out there, bobbing and weaving.
I think I know those buoys cost $3,000.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a rumor.
MCon Monster Energy takes the win in Super Cat Dirty Money in second. Did that say CRX Insurance in third? I think it did. If we could put that graphic back up. I wasn't sure. CR Racing, X Insurance, yeah, so something must have happened to Graydale, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah, WHM ends up in fourth, and Farnsworth Hancock Claims in fifth.
Man, that's a shame.
Now remember, they had that whole motor torn apart on the port side of that boat last night, so not that, and it was HRE that was putting it back together. Chris Grant told me that HRE comes to every single race, so they were the ones that were working on it. But, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, there's just so many unknown variables that can happen when you're out there racing, and especially with the pounding, right? The pounding is what really tests everything so incredibly hard while they're racing. I believe this is going to be Farnsworth Hancock Claim Consultants, and I will hand it over. We will give a round of applause to Christian McCulley and Anthony Smith for finishing the race.
Absolutely.
They've had their
Great job,
engine problems too, but they're getting that boat figured out. Brand new team to Super Cat Racing in a boat that they just don't have a bunch of experience with yet, so they're able to get it figured out. So, Ken, one more interesting fact about this, maybe you didn't learn it. So Super Cats have a not shiftable transmission. They have forward, neutral, and reverse, but it's not a tapered gear set. It's a square geared set, so they get more contact. So it's called a crash box. Every time they shift the boat, they have to put it into neutral and then bump it to get it to reverse or forward to get it to where they want to go. So they're bumping it, around. It's a pretty complicated system to do there.
Good throw.
Good throw. Myrick Coyle, there he is. He takes the checkered flag in Super Cat. Monster Energy MCon taking the win. They will go with the points lead into Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
So that race being wrapped up here. The Super Cats putting on a great show. Congratulations to the MCon Monster Energy team for getting it done out here. Of course, we saw them a little bit earlier in the day as well, where they finished up on the podium in third place. Much like the DeFalco team, though, we saw one of the boats there with the Graydale machine out leading early on and then ends up with a mechanical. Didn't get across the stripe there, so a tough finish there after such a great start. Excellent racing out here as we were expecting. Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Let's get it down to Taylor. She has some more. Taylor?
Ken, you are right. What an absolutely stunning weekend of racing here on Cocoa Beach. So many favorite races. Class 1 was definitely a highlight, sitting in the middle of the track. That can't be beaten on a boat. But we're back again in 2 weeks for more racing at Lake of the Ozarks. It's going to be a completely new terrain, new water, and these guys are going to be sure to go back, make any of those changes on their boats, and they're hunting for more victories. For myself, Mark Granite, Ken Stout, I'm Taylor Snyder. We'll see you guys soon.
Rated M for mature.
Who are you counting on?
He didn't put up the other talent name.
So, whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.